Start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Susie, if we can get the roll call.
Yes. Present for the record are Mayor Fortier, council members Cole, Davis, Grego, and Swanson. Good morning and welcome to the regular city council meeting of Tuesday, April 3rd. Before we proceed, as a courtesy to others and to limit interference with our audio and video broadcast equipment, please silence or turn off all cell phones, pagers, and any other type of communication devices. If you are in need of an assisted listening device, please make a request to the city clerk. We encourage and welcome public participation. If you wish to speak on an item listed on the agenda, please complete one of the yellow speaker comment forms which are located in the back of the council chambers on the small podium. Please indicate the item that you wish to speak on and provide it to the city clerk or assistant city clerk Ellen Palazzo prior to the item being heard. Public communication items are limited to 3 minutes, and this is the time for members of the audience to address the City Council on items not listed on the agenda. Please note, however, in accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications. Comments for all other scheduled agenda items are limited to 5 minutes. The City Clerk will use the meeting timer, which will be posted on the whiteboard to the left of the podium. When you are called upon to speak, please come forward to the podium, state your name clearly for the record, and we respectfully ask that you keep your comments concise, and once the timer ends, to please be seated. The City Council asks that respect be shown to the Council, City staff, and members of the audience, and asks that you please refrain from clapping, booing, or shouts of approval or disagreement during the meeting.
Before I open this up for public comment, I would like to, and I hope on behalf of council, would like to open the meeting today by acknowledging the efforts of the El Dorado County District Attorney's Office, the FBI, the California Department of Justice, the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, and our entire South Lake Tahoe Police Department, including retired police officer Chuck Owens and former police chief Terry Daniels, along with many, many other former and current officers over the years. That includes Chief Brian Euler, Lieutenant David Stevenson, and our entire police department. And the reason for this a little bit unprecedented announcement is that they have all worked together to bring a suspect into custody for the 1980 robbery and homicide that ended the life of South Lake Tahoe teenager Richard Swanson. This was a cold case. This required a great deal of work, effort over the years, and in the end, they got their man. I think it's an amazing feat of police work and a real credit to our city. So on behalf of this council and former city council members and colleagues, we acknowledge the efforts of everyone involved, and there were many, and we stand with Richard's parents, Ron and Sharon Swanson, in support of the criminal justice system. As you may know, the Swansons were very, very persistent in their request from the city to pursue this case, and thanks to their persistence, we had not only the resources but the time and energy to do so. So we thank them for all their efforts. We will continue the process to close this case and provide some answers to the question that happened to their son 31 years ago. Thank you to all law enforcement agencies involved, and also thank you for the very clever way in which we captured a bank robber.
Absolutely. I thought that was brilliant.
So,
to use Craig's list.
Well done all together. That being said, I'd like to now open the meeting for public comment. If anybody from the public would like to comment on something that is not on the agenda, we'd appreciate that comment now. Is there anyone who'd like to speak?
Madam Mayor, on your screen there are 3
there we are.
speaker names listed.
Mark Cutright. Mark?
Morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here to let you know that the Slow Rollers Bicycle Club is hosting the Spirit Parade in May 17th. We're going to have the bicycle parade like we did last year, only this year we're trying for the world record, which we need 917 bicycles, and I'd like to invite you to come and join us in the parade. I know Tom has said he'll be there, and Angela, and I hope that everyone else will.
Al doesn't know what a bike is.
Well, he could ride his horse. There you go. Or any other form of anything, as long as you could be there and participate with us. I've come today to invite you for that, and I have some flyers to give you, if I may.
I know we can't discuss it much, but I think this is going to be a great, great event for this community. And to be able to set the Guinness World Record is fantastic here at Tahoe. We're going to challenge Davis to reset the record after we break their record.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cody Bass.
Good morning, Council. My name is Cody Bass. I came to you guys about 2 years ago with the recommendation for the hole that's down at State Line to see about turning it into a public amphitheater that could be owned and operated by the city, and that could be something that would be, a positive because it has been such a negative sore to our town. And so I feel like that space should really be put into being used as a public park. But I think an amphitheater would be the most suitable thing that is to be put to use there. Using, a nice grassy hill that kind of looks down into maybe like an airplane hangar style stage that could be closed in the winter. And so now that this is out of the court system, the city has the right to use eminent domain for anything that's of public use. And I've talked with the city attorney, and, eminent domain is exactly for something of this nature. The private developers that have taken control of this have obviously not done anything responsible with it and have put us to where we are now. Also, the value of that property with the rebar that is unusable and the concrete that needs to be taken is considerably, I believe, would be down from what it would be if it was to be developable used property, and that would be the value that the city could acquire it through eminent domain. So I think there's a huge opportunity for the city council to authorize the city attorney to start this process, and really try to, with there being multiple people owning multiple parcels, if the city comes in and puts eminent domain against all of them, and then the city has control, and then we get the funding to put something like a great amphitheater, I think that would be a very healing process for the whole community, and also bring a lot of people into South Lake from the casinos and kind of have, where we have a draw of people coming into South Lake Tahoe away from, the casinos, and they can go right back to the casinos. It's just right next door. So anyways, I hope you can take that into consideration, and maybe that can be something we can make happen. Thank you.
Ken Kurtzweiler.
Good morning, Ken Kurtzweiler. I'm here to talk about the trees along El Dorado Beach and the gateway to South Lake Tahoe, as far as the sign also, and the trees for the Welcome to South Lake Tahoe sign right outside the airport here. I've been asked by several people to address the problem of the visual impact of looking across Highway 50 and not being able to see the lake for the trees. And I was asked to look into that. And the problem with cutting down the trees is that you actually have the authority to trim all those trees along El Dorado Beach to where the building is hopefully going to be sold and torn down across the street from Baskin or Aloha Ice Cream. That's the area that I'm talking about right now. We can go in, you can authorize someone to go in and actually trim all of those trees and drop every tree under a diameter of 14 inches. The only problem that you would have is that if the TRPA determines that those trees are close enough to the water that you would have to get a permit from the TRPA. I think that would visually impact the town, and you could get somebody to hopefully volunteer to go in and do that work, or hire someone to go in and do that work, and I know it would greatly improve that area. We were involved with the tree trimming at Reagan Beach where they have the little weddings and everything. We went ahead and did the trimming there also, and a little pat on my back. I think it turned out really good, and we worked with Gary Moore on that. And we were able to do that for a minimal cost, and I don't see any reason why we can't continue to do that. And I don't know if the Recreation Department would be in charge of that, or you could authorize someone to do that. The other thing is the sign, Welcome to South Lake Tahoe. I've been asked to approach the City Council on trying to figure out a way to get it on the agenda, get talking about it, about trying to get a stand there, for lack of a better term, that people can stand there and have their picture taken. There are hundreds and hundreds of people that stop by and have their picture taken. The only problem with that is that the bearer of bad tidings is that if you put a stand there, you're going to have to put stairs there. You're going to have to involve an engineer. You're going to have them ADA compliant. You're going to have to open up a whole can of worms. You've got Caltrans right away where you're going to be dealing with it. A short-term solution to it right now is to go ahead and clean up that area and put in wood chips or some type of a landscaping and an erosion control just below it and trim the trees up so it visually looks a lot better. And I would not recommend putting stairs or anything in there because of all the agencies you're going to have to deal with, and that could open up a can of worms. We did that at the high school. If you look across the high school at the football field where the announcer stand is, my company went in and we volunteered $18,000 worth of work to the city, or excuse me, to the high school, and we took out all the trees so you can see everything, and we revegetated and put all the wood chips and the water barriers along the entire side of the high school. And my company would be willing to do that again if approached for the sign at South Lake Tahoe. Thank you.
Any other members of the public who wish to address council at this time? Seeing none, I will take it back to council and ask council for commission reports and assignments to boards and such. Are there any members of commissions who are here today that would like to report? Okay, then I will pass it on and ask Angela, you have an update for us?
Oh, when do I not? But a couple of quick things. First of all, one, on behalf of the Planning Commission, I spoke with Hillary Rover yesterday, who reminded me that at the next meeting on April 12th at 3 o'clock, which will be here in the council chambers, the Planning Commission will be reviewing the proposal for the improvements at Harrison Avenue and for all the properties in there and what the city is doing. And I want to make sure this is a great chance for the public to weigh in to see what I believe is a fabulous project that shows what the city can do if we take it, when we take the initiative and working with the private sector to get vital improvements done to improve neighborhoods. And that's the 12th. And we continue along. And along with that, just to confirm, CTC, along with the city, did do the land swap exchanges. The escrow is closing. So that vital exchange of properties where we're starting that realignment and the stewardship of key urban and SEZ zones is starting to happen in the basin, and that is also a critical part of being able to move the Harrison project forward. So that's an exciting development continuing to move forward. Next, the Lake Tahoe Partnership, which is our partner, the partnering group that is behind the summit, that's behind a lot of the work, especially in supporting the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act, has been meeting actively, and we have done an updated markup on the new reauthorization for the LTRA, and that markup is specifically been asked to try to trim it down and to focus it more, to keep it going, that there's still a chance for it. Everything in this environment is slim, but it's moving forward. The Ledge Committee's had access to that, and we'll be sharing that with the full council, and then perhaps as it moves along, it'll be time for a presentation to the council at a soon-to-happen meeting. I would ask if we could do that. In line with that, April 11th is a hearing in Sacramento by the Natural Resources Agency on Natural Resources Agency's budgets through the Senate Budget Committee that has oversight of them. That covers CTC, Lahontan, TRPA, and to a limited extent Caltrans. And the city has been invited to be a 5-minute presenter during that comment and also to be part of the public comments that go on, this is the first time the city has been really put forward as the key agency in the basin. We're the only local agency that's speaking on the agenda to really discuss the issues of how do we get enough money and resources and have them moving in the right direction to support the vital projects we need to do here in terms of environmental support for us and making those dollars count. So that's an upcoming activity that we have. Also, Tiger Grant was submitted by TTD on our behalf for the Loop Road. We're waiting to see where that comes in. The pile was huge, but we got our letters of support. We had over 34 letters between public, private, and national agencies supporting our application, so we're very hopeful that we'll make it at least a few rounds into it. I'll keep you updated as that goes. We've asked for $39 million for construction of that Loop Road project, which is on its way to 50% design. So this project is moving on, for Tahoe, what we call a fast track. You wouldn't call it a fast track necessarily anywhere else, but on a fast track here, and looking to get the construction funding to back up our design funding.
It will take 20 years instead of 30.
We're hoping to only take 10, can you believe? And then the last was last week, as the city's representative on the League of California Cities Committee for Transportation, Public Works, and Communications. I was part of going through the current crop of bills in California and wanted to just share one bill to show the state of mind that's going on in California and why it is so tough for cities and localities to recover and move forward in this recession. AB 1627 was introduced by Roger Dickinson from Sacramento, who is a long-time Sacramento County supervisor. In other words, someone who should know better. 1627 follows up on SB 375, which is all about sustainable communities, green redevelopment, moving us forward in this new green era. In 1627, he asked for not only that all infill development, residential development from hereafter have to be designed to green building standards, but you have to certify that whoever occupies that infill development, whether it's commercial or residential, will not commute more than 50 miles. How anyone can do that, nor what that expectation is ridiculous. And the city the league has come out against it. Many people have reacted very strongly throughout the state. While I support the goal of vehicle miles traveled being an issue, of trying to limit, to make us more aware, to deal with greenhouse gas issues, which we do have thresholds we have to achieve as a state, this is just the wrong way to get at it. Can you imagine in Tahoe if we had to certify that every house built from now till whenever would not have someone who commutes more than 50 miles? You couldn't go to Reno. You could hardly go to Carson if you're on the wrong side, if you're in the county on the wrong side in Christmas Valley. So that's the idea of kind of how thoughtless Sacramento is and what they're doing, and in thinking they're doing the right thing for us. And again, a former county supervisor proposed this. So anyway, so that's kind of the update from my front.
Bruce?
Also, Angela and I went to the Northern Regional League of California Cities meeting in the city of Shasta Lake, which is about a 4.5-hour drive from here. And there were many members that attended. And just to follow up what you've just said, many at the meeting felt that the legislature is way off course on so many different things it isn't even funny. I was amused to read recently that Jerry Brown, who's a proponent of the bullet train, is meeting with environmentalists to see if they can trim back some of the environmental hearings and requirements. And I felt that was so it's ridiculous that the state of California should look for variance when they bury us with regulations. And I hope the bullet train project fully complies with all the hearings and all the stuff that has to be done. Maybe then they might recognize how burdensome the regulations are. I also attended the last LAFCO meeting.
Hal?
I attended a strike force meeting, which is a group of people in town who are concerned about the direction our town is going vis-a-vis regulation. It just seems that revitalization is more important than ever with an economy such it is and so many buildings sitting stagnant. And over the past years, there's been a concerted effort to oppose projects of any kind. So a group of people from all different walks of life and different businesses trying to figure out how to get a message. It's a message that's been around forever. The project is a fix. The existing infrastructure is old. It doesn't do anything economically, environmentally. So we're trying to find a way that we can, as one voice, let people know that unless we start investing money in improving and revitalizing or redeveloping, if that's the case, our old buildings and infrastructure is just going to get worse. So that's what we're working on.
Tom?
Angela and I attended the JPA, Cal Tahoe Ambulance JPA yesterday, and basically looking at the contract with the executive for the JPA. And also we'll be meeting soon. I will be meeting soon with the effort to consolidate and look at different options with the fire department, Lake Valley Fire Department. Be doing that in the next few weeks, so that's it.
One of the things that's happening with the TRPA regional plan update is that there was a smaller group called by the two secretaries of natural resources in both states. This smaller group is looking at what were the critical elements, or I should say the dissenting votes, in the initial regional plan committee's review of the regional plan. This regional plan obviously is going to set the tone for how we redo our city, and certainly how we redo the Lake Tahoe Basin for the next 20-25 years. This smaller group the hope was to be able to consolidate this opinions and really iron out where the differences are and where the negotiating points were. The secretaries were both quite impressed that there was a lot of maneuverability, and are going to have 2 additional meetings in hopes that before the TRPA meets in April that we have some stronger sense of where we're going with our regional plan. I would like to thank the members of the council and Hillary Roverud for all the work that they've done on this. This is a huge, huge undertaking, lots of pages of type and lots to go through. But I think that the city has done a good job in leading this process, and I think that we are getting to the point that we know what the regional plan is going to look like. So, anything else?
I think we just owe a big thank you to you, Claire. I mean, it's very generous of you to acknowledge the support you've had from the city, but this has been on the shoulders of you and Hillary squarely all the way through, and you have been a leader within, not only for the city, but within the process. So huge kudos. The right woman at the right time.
Well, thanks. All right. Anything else from anyone? Okay. Let's move on. We have a presentation today from Tim Roth. And Tim is from El Dorado County Coordination Committee, and he's going to speak to us regarding efforts to improve coordination between state, local, and federal agencies. And Tim, good luck with that.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you very much, Council. My name is Tim Rofe, as the Mayor mentioned. I have been asked to come here by Mayor Pro Tem Tom Davis, who did get a chance to join us in one of our meetings with the El Dorado County Coordination Committee. I am chairperson of that committee. Coordination, simply stated, as she mentioned, is a requirement, a federal mandate requirement that all federal agencies work to achieve consistency with local plans and policies. It essentially gives a local government a seat at the table. Our Board of Supervisors have voted 5-0 to invoke coordination excuse me, in 2011. So we have proceeded forward with that process, and we are now in that process. When you consider the breadth of the federal agencies that we talk about, whether it be the Department of Interior, U.S. Housing and Urban Development, Department of Fish and Wildlife, National Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, or the EPA, on, you can see the scope of this issue. Some of you will recall recently a Supreme Court decision where the EPA was involved in a landowner's discrepancy in Idaho, Sackets, and in that particular situation would have been a perfect place for coordination of the local government to have stepped in before it had to get to the level of the Supreme Court. It's just another example of that. In the packet each one of you have, on the front of the packet, it has contact information for me, has my email address. I'm going to make this brief today, but obviously if there's any questions in the future whatsoever, please don't hesitate to contact me. And also at the back of the packet is a successful coordination effort that took place up in Modoc County for your reading pleasure and all that, along with a more thorough description of what coordination is. In the law, we have it in the Constitution, we have it in the National Forest Management Act, we have it in the United States Forest Planning Rules, we have it in NEPA, we have it in the Multiple Sustained Use Act of 1960. All these different federal laws support coordination, and it is a matter of being consistent. And the problem has been that these federal agencies have not been working with us, so we have to essentially insist on this. So the Board of Supervisors has taken that first step by invoking coordination. Now we are in the process of looking at the general plan, to adopt the land use plan, to make it more clear as to what our intents are in terms of moving forward with that coordination process. When we look at the impacts to the city of South Lake Tahoe, we can look at varying things. Just recently, 2 weeks ago, I believe it was, at the Board of Supervisors meeting, Dr. Bales made a presentation on the forest management practices that have been enacted by the Forest Service over the number of years, and how that has affected water quality, for instance. And we all know how important water quality is to South Lake Tahoe. These types of practices affect South Lake Tahoe and the city itself by tourism. When you look at why people come to South Lake Tahoe, it's for the lake. It's for the use of the national forest areas around that surround your city. And if they're not coming or not available to be able to be used, then the commerce within South Lake Tahoe will not benefit from the tourism dollar. It's really as fairly as simple as that. One of the issues we're also looking at is the travel management plan. And there's been massive efforts to close down forest roads, close down access for equestrians. There's a one-car length parking rule that's been initiated, which makes it difficult for people with horse trailers to be able to pull off safely off the road to get their horses out of their trailers without having to deal with traffic coming by. The one-car length parking rule also has to do with locals' ability to gather firewood and to be able to take some of this undergrowth, this fuel source that accumulates within our national forest as well. All of these things impact the ability for your city in the tourism dollar or a public safety issue to function. Obviously, the tourism dollar, when I talk about people being able to come and ride their horses or whatever it may be, ride their OHV vehicles, or be able to just utilize dispersed camping sites. We have the Forest Service going out there and putting boulders in front of areas where people cannot even just go out and camp like they used to back in the day, if you will. This limits the tourism coming to your town. Stops them from going to the grocery store, stops them from going to the gas station. They don't use the lodging. So it does affect the city of South Lake Tahoe, what happens in the forest around you. And it is very important to think of that. The public safety issues that I mentioned, one of the members of our committee is Sheriff DiAgostini, and he is on it from a public safety concern, whether it be his ability to protect from illicit drug use. When the roads are closed down, the only people that go in and utilize those roads are people that are essentially conducting illegal activity. And what we found is these folks that set up these labs, if you will, actually take their chemicals and go out into these areas where they know they're not going to be bothered because there's not going to be anybody coming by, and dump them. And this just destroys the quality of the forest for all. So if these areas were more open to the public, it would give law enforcement more eyes out there to see what is going on. And so these are just some of the issues that I wanted to cover with you really quickly. Like I said, I wanted to keep this brief today as a quick overview. But it is our desire to work with all the different federal agencies, even the TRPA, as I mentioned, the National Forest, USDA, EPA, all these different organizations to move forward on that. Councilmember Swanson brought up Dickinson's bill, and this is a perfect example, because when we talk about coordination with federal agencies, if federal dollars are involved on a state level, then we can also work with that. So, for example, Mr. Dickinson's bill could be addressed from a local point of view. It gets a little technical, and I can explain it in more detail later, but this is one instance where that would happen. The revitalization efforts that were mentioned earlier, these efforts would be much easier if it was handled on a local level. And once again, we can look over it. I know it's a subject that you've gone over 100 times, but the Angora fire, the previous time to the Angora fire and how that forest was managed, if local input was available, it may have been a little bit easier to have sustained that area. And we hope to avoid any things like that in the future by our involvement. And who better to be able to dictate what goes on in the forest around you than your local entities. It's not about a conflicting point of view. It's about being able to have a seat at the table, being able to present good science, and being able to present what it means as an economic or safety impact for the local entities involved. Currently, we are working on, as I mentioned, a travel management plan resolution to present to the board. This will open up more roads in the area, once again, allow more tourism dollars to come into the South Lake Tahoe area and benefit all. It's being done in a manner that is practical, because we can't just open up every road out there. We know that there are reasons why there are certain roads closed and all that, but there are definitely roads that have been closed without any rhyme or reason to it. We're also working on, there's a lawsuit that's taken place just recently, which is looking at closing 42 more segments of our forest access. So we are involved in that process as well. The Parks and Trails master plan has just been released recently. El Dorado County wants to have a say in that as well. Private property protection. I personally live with national forest surrounding me. I live on the west slope, but I live on 12 acres where I've got national forest completely around me. And I am concerned as a property owner as to what goes on in the forest around my home, and how EMS would possibly be able to get to my home if I needed them. Right now, as it stands, there are times when you can GPS to get out to my house, and it actually takes you across a bridge that hasn't existed for 15 years. So there are things where local governments have to have this input. Once again, the last thing I'll mention that we are working on is a amendment to the land use plan and the general plan. I mentioned that a few minutes ago, but this is where we're trying to define clearly what our goals are. And we're meeting with Kathy Hardy, who's our local district forest supervisor, meeting with all the different people that are involved to make sure that we're all on the same page, because that's what it's about. It's about all of us being on the same page. It's not about having a conflict. We just want to be able to have, as I mentioned before, a seat at the table. So I'll leave it there for now. Like I said, my contact information is on the front. Unless there's any specific questions right now that you'd like to address, I'll bid you adieu and let you contact me at your will.
Council, any questions from council? Thank you.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it, Tim.
Just for the record, I went to the first meeting. I'll be going to the meeting this Friday. It's in Placerville, so I'll report back to us.
All right, moving along. Any members of the public wish to pull something from the consent agenda? No requests? And so back to council. Angela, any? No? Bruce?
Number 2.
Number 2? Tom? Hal? Okay, Bruce, pulling number 2. Let's start there.
Any motion to approve the other two?
Sorry.
So moved.
Second? Okay.
That
Item
motion's
number two.
unanimously carried.
I have concerns about the proposal to extend the enforcement of other ordinances to Data Tickets, Inc. As you know, we went through several hearings in approving a more streamlined approach in citing violators and trying to correct violations that need to be corrected. I have run into people from the public, members from the public, regarding how well our parking enforcement is going. And at least some feel that the efforts have been too excessive. Obviously they have one view and there may be another. But I haven't talked to anybody from this data management company. I'm concerned that they are earning their money by the number of citations they issue. And it bothers me that they're encouraged to cite. Yes, I want if someone has an overflow garbage bin in a commercial area, they should be cited. But if one cup just falls out, I don't want to see a citation for that. When we were presented with the ordinance to streamline the citations, Mr. Abatazi, among others, said this was going to be just another tool in their toolbox regarding enforcement. And so that's where it was left. Now it looks like we're going to emphasize this ordinance and really cite the public on everything and anything. Yes?
I just want to clarify, data ticketing is not going to cite anyone. They are just processing the tickets or the citations that we give to them. So those will be done through police, community services, whoever the appropriate city employee would be. So they have no role at all in citing someone.
Well, that wasn't clear to me. So what is their role then? We cite someone, and what do they do?
Processing the ticket, so they would send to the person whatever the fine is, and then if the person wants to appeal it, then I think in most cases there'd be a hearing officer at the city council. So they're collecting the money and processing the ticket for us.
Collection process for city.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then I stand corrected because the way I read this, it seemed to me that they were going to be involved in the citation process. Okay. Well, then I dropped my objections.
Yeah, we haven't outsourced our ability to enforce our rules.
Yeah.
If we do, it will be with the Chinese.
Okay. I was expecting to come.
So you've made that motion?
Sure.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh,
Are
sorry.
you moved? Did you make the motion?
No, I did not. Let's try again.
Okay. I move for staff recommendation.
Okay, you're seconding it, Tom?
Yeah.
That motion's unanimously carried.
Okay, moving on to new business. Ordinance of the City of South Lake Tahoe City Council amending City Code Chapter 25 Signs and Advertising Structures. Who is going to give thanks, Hillary?
Good morning, Hillary Roverud, Director of Development Services. Last summer, in October, the City Council adopted an amended city sign ordinance, which included a locally unique sign designation that would allow exceptions to the sign standards for signs approved for the designation. That ordinance contains specific language regarding the Planning Commission's decision on locally unique sign designation, and that decision would be final and not appealable to the City Council. We've received a request to bring this issue back to Council to consider removal of the language, which is in Section 25-23.3 regarding the appeals, which would allow all Planning Commission decisions to be appealed to the City Council. Do you have any questions? Be happy to answer them.
I'll make some comments when we get a chance.
Question for you, Hillary. We kind of went through this process. Why did we bring it back?
I asked for it, and I'll tell you why in a second.
Okay. Answers my question.
I think it's important. We've had this discussion before. We are the elected officials. The Planning Commission are appointed. I think the sign issue can be extremely subjective to some people, and I just felt it was important that we elected officials, some signs, for example, could be very costly and have been in this community. For example, on the front is Swiss Chalet Village. There may be some people that on the Planning Commission may agree or disagree. My feeling was pretty strong that to have the Planning Commission make the final decision is not good government. We're the elected ones. We're responsible to the public. If they feel for some reason they want to appeal it to the council, that's where I think the appeal belongs. And also, as we found out with the recent process we went through on the what's the artist's name? Peter Darvis. I think it's important for the council to review the process once in a while to see if we find any flaws. So I'm the one asked to put it back on the agenda, and I think it's real critical that the council makes these final decisions, not the Planning Commission.
Bruce.
I agree with Tom. I feel that I don't know if any of the planning commissioners were present when we were dealing with the elements of the sign ordinance and all the discussion we have. But I think this council has a better sense of what our intent was regarding signs and historic signs and such things than the Planning Commission, at least initially. And I think that if there's a right to appeal and we feel that the Planning Commission didn't act pursuant to the intent of the ordinance, we would have a chance to correct that error and also provide further direction to the Planning Commission as to what we feel the ordinance is supposed to accomplish. By leaving it at the Planning Commission level without any right to appeal, there's just no recourse for a bad decision. And that's the bottom line. I'm concerned about the bad decision and, the injustice that causes without any right to have a further discussion with the higher body. And I think it's appropriate to have the appeal.
Angela?
My understanding in this item coming forward is that we're really speaking only to the narrow area of the historic signs, which is a really new designation and concept in the city, and that we'd like to have more opportunity for appeals in this case. So just referring to that, my question would be to staff, and clarifying question would be, as I look at what's being done in the regulations, we strike section 25-23, local unique signs, 3. We've added, but we haven't developed in 25-26 appeals language that says basically this is the exception to come forward. It looks like it just becomes silent on the fact that locally unique signs, that the final body of deliberation is the Planning Commission. So my question in moving this, it's a technical question moving it forward, is is it enough to be silent and to have that exempted from language saying Planning Commission is the final arbiter, or do we need to amend the appeals to say that is the one item that would come forward?
Actually, it's the way it's written now, it's kind of the other way around. Everything is appealable to the City Council except where it's specifically specified in the code. So we specifically specified it in the code. So for the locally unique signs the way it exists today, it is the exception that it is not appealable to the city council.
May I ask
So-
one more question then? My understanding was that we wanted the signs, Claire, and I think you and I were the strongest on this, that we didn't want in general to see the signs coming. We were divided on, we were little differences, but that we didn't in general want to see sign appeals coming to us because it would just encourage people to continue not complying. Wasn't that what we had decided? So I'm surprised at this, and I appreciate the clarification.
Don't we have to make a distinction between the original application that would potentially come before the city council? 2526 deals with violations. So if someone's got to sign
Okay,
up and is in
okay.
violation,
Right.
that appeal would not come to you.
Okay.
But the initial sign potentially could come to you
Okay.
if we do what we're doing here and throughout the code.
And here's an example that it may come forward, and I think the council needs to weigh in on. The sign advertises a business that is currently in operation and/or produces or services currently provided. The 50s Drive-In, for example, is not currently in operation. It has been off and on, but the sign's still there, and I think that's a historical sign. So I think there should be some ability to appeal to this council specifically on the signs. It really is important to this community. There is a lot of historical significance to these signs. I mean, one, if the planning commission turns around and turns down Swiss Chalet, which is on the front of the brochure, as an example. So I just think that process is important, and I think this council has to make that final decision.
Tom, I understand what you're saying, and I understand about the process, but I am a little iffy on this whole notion that signs that are up for businesses that are no longer in business is a good idea. I mean, we've got a sign up by 7-Eleven for a hotel that hasn't been in business in, at least as long as I've been here.
That's not a historical sign.
But I guess my
It's a
point
historical
is,
one, but not historical.
I think my point is that if this is a sign, or if we are really trying to do something about changing the look and feel of our town, I kind of do not see that a business that is no longer in business is therefore entitled to an old sign.
And I agree, and this council has an opportunity to say no or yes.
And there may not even be an appeal. There may not even be an application for some of these signs that we're talking about. But the point is, there should be a final recourse with us. If you heard Hillary just now, everything is appealable unless we say it isn't. And we're not being overwhelmed by appeals. How many appeals have we had in the last couple of years? 2, 3? Less than a handful? So we're not going to, I think one of the concern was we're going to be overwhelmed with appeals, and that has not occurred.
And if we are, that's our job.
Any other discussion on this issue? Hal, you feel like weighing in?
I just feel it's probably about a handful of signs in the town, I think, that would be considered historical. And it's an important enough issue because of not only the cost to the owner, but once that sign's down, it's down forever. I think to have a full public hearing in front of the city council to decide whether that sign gets torn down or not is appropriate. If everybody who has a potential historical sign came, I don't think it'd be that many. I've been here a long time, and I only think 3 or 4 signs I would consider historical. So
These would be only those that have lost or are dissatisfied with what happened at the planning commission level too, correct?
Okay.
And I'll make a motion that we hold first reading and refer to second reading adoption of the ordinance for the April 17th meeting regarding Code Chapter 25, Signs and Advertising Structures, Section 25-23, regarding appeals of planning commission decisions on locally unique sign designation.
Second.
And we need to take public comment. We haven't done that yet.
I'm sorry. Is there any members of the public who would like to comment on this? Have any feelings about the sign ordinance? Seeing none, we'll take it back for a council vote.
That motion's unanimously carried.
All right. Moving along. We have got our work sessions, and we're going to go ahead and get into those now. Tony, is that the intent? I think that's a good idea. Okay, we're all agreeable. The first work session is on the citizen survey, and Nancy, are you presenting that? Tony is? Okay.
We're going to do the first half. You can't advance your slides from there. You can't advance the slides from there. Do you have to come here and advance the slide? I'll have to show you. You can do it.
Yeah.
So you can just hit the enter key every time you want to advance the slide.
Refrain from spitballs here, folks.
It's easy. Either get interviewed, get fired, or do a budget. As you know, we had a citizen survey conducted last year and provided valuable input on the strategic direction of the city. And we've done another survey this year. It was conducted in December of 1,200 customers. We got a 41% response rate, which is quite good. Nationally, the ICMA survey generally gets a 25 to 40% response rate. Our response rate last year was 35%, so that was an increase. Some of that may be attributable. We did produce a bilingual survey, and we think that had some positive impact on the level of response. In addition to the survey, a very important element of the ICMA survey instrument is the fact we get to benchmark or compare ourselves on similar questions with almost 500 other cities in the country. So it gives you a real important qualitative and quantitative benchmark against how other people are doing. As far as the
I got it.
oh, you got it. Key findings, just a quick highlight, and then we'll go into more details. I think the single most important question on the whole survey, there's almost 90 questions, is the question of the overall direction that the city is taking. Last year, people rated the direction of the city as either excellent or good at a 15% level. That literally was dead last among all the benchmark cities we compared against. So that's not a very good report. So this year we can report, even though 22% is not a stellar performance, it is a significant increase. In fact, it's the single largest increase in a positive direction of any question in the entire survey. So we're making progress, and that's the important news. Value for services for tax paid. Clearly, in these hard economic times, people have the right to be quite critical about their government and how they're spending their money, and no different here. A slight decline, and probably rank in the bottom 10 percentile as far as public's perception of the value they're getting for the taxes paid. And I think our situation is compounded by the fact that when the survey was conducted, we had almost a 16% unemployment rate. That's roughly 2,500 people unemployed, a much larger number of people underemployed, either seeking second or third jobs to stay afloat. Occupancy levels hovering just above 20%. Real estate values down among single-family homes almost 35%. So these are hard economic times, and people have the right to be critical. So we have to improve that. And the third issue there of employment opportunities, a very dire attitude about employment in this community. Only 9% believe it's excellent or good. It's a slight uptick over the prior year of 7%, but still a miserable indicator of people's attitudes. And as you can see from the rankings, is in the bottom 2 or 3% nationally of the other benchmark cities. The overall image and reputation of the community, that actually increased to 54%, which is good. Slight decline as far as impression of city employees. I think, again, a more negative attitude about government in general, not just unique to the city of South Lake Tahoe, but to the state and certainly to the federal government. Overall appearance of the city, this was a critical area of concern in last year's survey and really hasn't moved much. And for good reason, not much has happened. We're just now seeing improvements on US 50 regarding the Caltrans improvements. We're working on Harrison Avenue. We just talked about the signage improvements that we're trying to see, business improvements. Though we have potential programs in place, the results aren't apparent to the community. So we need to continue to strive to produce those results, to change those attitudes. Because you can see the benchmark, we rank 318th out of 321 cities. So that is not a good sign. On the other hand, there is a high ratio of people that actually watch the city council on television. We rank 24th out of 189 cities. Somehow we need to franchise this novella. and make some money off it.
It's called as the city turns.
Yes. So that's a positive indicator. As far as the general sense of what people think, people do like living in the city, and it's reflected by the questions like your neighborhood as a place to live. That actually saw a 7% uptick. 86% said they really enjoy where they live, and that's a very positive sign. Overall, 82% for the entire city, the quality of life, 71%, and the quality, clearly, of the natural environment. We have a God-given natural environment surrounding us, both at the lake and the national forest, 90%. So people clearly realize this is a very special place. Also important, one of the core services and why the city incorporated related to fire and police, and it's reflected in people's attitudes here. There is a sense that this is a very safe, secure community. Despite our economic challenges and other headwinds, there's a sense that this is a safe community during the daytime, at night, and safe from violent crimes, all very high indicators there. And also very strong service ratings for both the police at 76%, which is an uptick, and fire holding at its same level at 88%, which is quite outstanding. So from that standpoint, the city's receiving good marks. I'll skip over the benchmark comparisons. They're usually generally above the national average, which is a good indication. As far as other types of city services, the other core service was snow removal as to the city's incorporation, and we actually saw a slight increase there, which is good as far as people rating it excellent or good. And our community has a fairly high threshold for this type of service because of the amount of snow here, but also we use gates, which is not common among communities that remove snow. And so in some degrees we've spoiled the community. So there's a very high standard they expect, and in most cases we deliver on that. And you can see by the benchmark comparisons, we're in the top 40th percentile of other communities. Street repairs, that's not a reflection of our street crews. That's a reflection of our infrastructure. As we all know, we have almost a $320 million deferred maintenance of our roads, and that's reflected also in our paving management score, 49 on a scale of 1 to 100. So bottom line, the community rates our roads as an F, which professionally it is an F. So that's consistent. But we're making plans, as the council well knows. You've made a commitment to spend $4 million starting this June on improving 14 miles of our roads. We have a lot more to do, but it's a good start. And in the prior 15 years, the city had only spent $7.5 million on roads. So you'll spend more on roads in the next 2 years than the city spent in the last 15. So that's a very positive sign. And the public clearly warrants that type of investment and will appreciate it. And that score should rise as they see these improvements. EMS service, kind of a low rating, quite confused by that rating. A lot of our EMS use is by non-residents, so it's interesting to see. Generally, that should be a higher score, so we're still kind of perplexed, except maybe people got the bill for the service and weren't wild about that. Public information services, we have a decent score there, but when you look at the benchmark, we need to do a lot more, and that's reflected in last year's survey as far as the public wanting more information about the city, its policies, its programs, its services, and we're making a real effort with the improved website, going to an electronic newsletter. We'll do initially a print newsletter to, again, do more outreach, more community outreach, too. Increase in viewing the city's website. The new website had only been operational for a couple months, so I think we'll have a higher score next year when it's been in full utilization for a year. Good reports on our rec programs. If you look down at senior services, there was some concern about consolidation of senior program with El Dorado County. Well, this score indicates that the seniors feel pretty good about senior services, and that's a pretty significant increase. Again, of 7%. That's one of the second. I think that's the second highest leap on a score, so that's positive. But if you look at the general service of the city, we're generally, when we look at fundamental infrastructure, we generally rank quite low when we look at other comparative cities, and the public here notes that. Let's just jump over to have an active citizenry. That's clearly one of our important strategic priorities, is engaging and developing public trust and communicating more with the citizenry. We do have an active citizenry, 94% of registered vote, quite high. Nationally, that figures just over 50%, so that's a plus relative to the civic engagement of our community. 88% indicated they voted in the last election. That's extremely high. And they volunteer their time to local groups, and they attend public meetings. So we have an engaged citizenry, and you can see from the benchmark indicators below, we are much above comparative benchmark communities in that respect. So we have to tap into that asset of an engaged and active citizenry and get them involved more with the government and the community. Areas for improvements. First and foremost, it's a long-term complaint and validated in the survey, a lack of retail opportunities in the city, and one of the reasons we see a lot of bleeding of our revenues down to Carson City or even to Sacramento. Hopefully there will be some improved retail opportunities in the Mecosta site. We're waiting for that. And hopefully other real retailers will step up and help fill the void in what clearly is a major gap as far as the community sense of retail diversity and opportunity. Employment opportunities, we talked about that, fairly dire outlook there, and for good reason, given not just the recession, but since 1990, there's been 7,000 jobs lost in the casino industry. So this community has seen, a drifting of employment opportunities fall away for quite a long time. It wasn't just the recession. The recession's only compounded it. Also, availability of affordable, and the operative word is quality housing. There's housing, but there's lack of quality housing for the price points that are being demanded. So the public would like to see more of that. We had the proposed Aspens project. There may be an opportunity with some legislative activity this year to still permit that type of project, but with the demise of the RDA and the housing funds right now, that's clearly on hold. Overall appearance of the community, 75% still rated as fair or poor. So we continue to have to make that a priority to improve kind of the blighted, despaired look of the community so it more aligns with the beautiful natural environment that surrounds us. So that is still, even for the locals here, and certainly for guests coming into town, a major issue that has to be addressed. Opportunities to attend cultural activities, still, we thought Snow Globe was a cultural activity. I guess we need more of those things. But, we have events clearly at the casinos, but I think people are still looking for more special events, opportunities along those lines. Quality of business and service establishments. This is a critical indicator. 71% rate this as poor or fair. That doesn't speak well as a destination community that is in the service industry to get that kind of rating from locals, because the single largest source of marketing is word of mouth. People rely upon locals for where should I eat, where should I shop, where should I stay, and that type of rating is not good. So that is an area that we have to work with our local businesses to radically improve. As critical as they are with government, they're equally, if not more critical about the private sector here. So that's an important area. Amount of public parking, want to see more of that, clearly without parking meters apparently. Ease of bus travel, still don't find it a comprehensive system. I know that Angela and others are working on that to improve. But, transportation too, lacking federal and state support of relative to funding makes it even more difficult to provide and fill that void. Again, the issue of cleanliness, that relates also to our appearance. That's an important aspect we have to deal with, and availability of quality health care. As far as economic opportunities, you can see in the benchmark indicators, we're much below the national average. For example, the employment opportunities, we rank 268 out of 281 communities. Ask the same question. Shopping opportunities, we rank 259 out of 268. That's not good. So those are clearly areas. And then on service and business quality, we rank 165th out of 170. Those clearly areas that we need significant improvements in. We can skip over here to the improved environment. The percentage of residents rating the following fair or poor: land use and planning. Clearly, we're a highly regulated environment, and the public doesn't seem to think highly of that given the product that's produced by those regulations and the difficulty in redeveloping what exists. So they gave that a 77 fair or poor rating. That's not very good. Code enforcement. On one hand, this is a real dichotomy. People want us to enforce violations, particularly visual ones. And on the other hand, when we do enforce, they don't like it. They want you to enforce the neighbor's problems, not their problems. But, it's a collective issue, and we all have to collectively address it. But code enforcement is part of the process to get people to improve our physical environment, and it's a very high priority. And as you can see here, as far as the benchmark comparisons, we don't stack up well when it comes to kind of built environment indicators. On the issue of taxes, there's not been an appetite nationally and certainly not locally for increased taxes in these difficult financial times, and it's reflected here, though taxes on tourists seem to be okay. It's not impacting our local residents in the form of property taxes or fees. Last year we asked the question if they would support a transient occupancy tax or TOT increase. 73% yes. This year again 73%. So that is something we're working with the lodging community on. We've suggested that we defer that proposition from the summer of 2013 to the summer of 2014 to allow businesses, particularly lodges, to kind of rebound, not only from the recession, but another difficult year due to the lack of snow. So the lodging community, I think, is willing to embrace such a proposition in 2014. But they also want to tie it to improvements, not just to our roads, but equally, if not more importantly, to our recreational assets. They want us to invest in recreational fields and facilities so we can attract guests here that will stay in these lodging establishments. So we're going to have to work with them in that respect. Amusement tax relates to a potential tax on rental of whether it be ski equipment, snowboard equipment, golf, bicycle, the Dixie Queen. A slight decline, but still 2/3 of the public would support such a tax because they perceive that it would largely fall on our guest. When it comes to a tax on ourselves relative to transactions and use taxes, only 28%, even a decline from last year of 35%. So a radical dislike of a tax right now on anything they may have to purchase. And it's relative to a special assessment. We've asked this question related to roads, but also for stormwater. There is not an appetite to pass kind of a regional or community-wide assessment to deal with these basic infrastructure needs. So your current approach is the most appropriate. And then the business tax. Last year, this was a proposition in November 2010. It barely failed. I think it was a handful of votes. But it's still a marginal election issue at 50% supporting it. We clearly have to educate the public that this is a tax that will actually reduce the burden on 98.4% of our businesses and increase it on 1.6 or only 47 businesses by changing the amount that a company would have to pay. And then you'd already made this decision, but we asked it, and it falls right in line with other California cities where generally 2/3 of the public does support some form of cost sharing of employees for their pensions and health care. And that was accomplished through our collective bargaining this year. So it's kind of a moot point, but clearly the public strongly supports a cost sharing of those benefits. So overall, there have been slight improvements, the most significant one being that acid test question, is the city moving in the right direction? Even though it was abysmal last year at 15%, jumping up to 22% shows that we're going in the right direction. That's what's important. And I said it's almost a 50% jump, which there was no other question in the survey that radically changed that much in a positive or negative direction. So overall, that's positive. And this time, let's focus now, and I'll have Nancy then walk you through not only reviewing the strategic priorities, but more importantly, the business initiatives that drive results for those priorities and what revisions or recommendations we are going to make to you and get your feedback on the business plan, which drives the day-to-day operations and focus of the city. So on that note, Nancy?
Before we move on, a couple
sure.
questions. First one, you said that you felt like having a bilingual survey was effective. Do you have any idea what the response rate was?
Yeah, the actual respondents who identified themselves Hispanic only increased by 1%, but there was no other explanation for the significant jump in the total increase in the response rate other than that we made it bilingual. I think there's a hesitancy on the part of many people to identify themselves as Hispanic for obvious reasons, and so I don't think it truly captures the number of Hispanics that are actually taking the survey. But the jump in the survey response rate is significant and much higher than the norm for the ICMA. So I would have to attribute most of that increase to the fact that we did put it in a bilingual format, and I think that was positive. So it was worth the investment in the initiative.
I know we're going through strategic priorities, so tell me if these should be handled in another
Sure.
place. But first of all, I want to say that it's been an excellent job on public outreach. And while the numbers may not show it, I do feel like people are very well informed now what's going on in the city. But along that line, the use of text alerts and whether or not that's getting any traction. I also... So I was curious about that. And then maybe in terms of how to increase our cultural appeal, we had talked about the Lakeview Commons concerts, and perhaps that's something we should talk about. And then later when we're talking about working with the business community, I think it's time that we really figure out what we expect on both sides.
Yeah, developing a partnership with our business community, focusing on particularly customer service. It's a critical area that needs improvement for a destination resort community that lives and dies off service. So on that note, and we'll address the issues you raised actually in the business plan, so Nancy can walk us through that. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. So the survey results provided us a path for changing course, and you saw that slide come up. We ran through it pretty quick, but I'd like to actually go back to that just for a minute. Throughout all of last year, once those survey results came out, the City Council took quite assertive action and changed course. You adopted 5 strategic priorities, and you aligned your priorities with reorganized operations, and then adopted a 5-year financial plan and a business plan that implemented those strategic priorities. The budget then funded those strategic priorities and put some money to the action, and we've taken another survey now, which provides us feedback on how we're doing, which Tony just went through. In terms of these strategic priorities, fiscal sustainability, economic development, improve the built environment, public trust and accountability, and partnership development, those 5 strategic priorities seem to be clearly what the community is saying that they still support. What we'll be asking for you at the end of our presentation is to whether you wanted to change those priorities. You could certainly weigh in on that right now if you wish to, but those 5 strategic priorities have been adopted into a business plan with initiatives that I'm going to go over with you and have been funded, and those are the results we're testing. So the business plan, the difference between South Lake Tahoe and so many other cities lies right here in this business plan. Lots of cities take surveys, and lots of cities develop strategic vision, and they have visioning sessions, and they have strategic priorities, and that's where it ends. It sits on a shelf somewhere, and they talk about it every once in a while, and they say, what happened to that vision that we had? And what happened was they didn't put any plan to the action. And that's where you should really commend yourselves for putting plan to the action, and we did so with this business plan. In the midst of significant change, the city was reorganized on these strategic priorities and developed what we perceive as a sustainable future. The initiatives are ambitious and they're substantive, but they're designed that way so that they will produce some results. If you've noticed, and we hope that you have, all of your agenda items now align with the business plan. You'll notice that staff's been asked to add a section in those city council agenda reports that's identified as strategic plan and business plan relevance. That's to give you indication that what comes before you is in the business plan, or it might not be. So if council has directed us to work on something and it comes before you, you might see that it says, this was not in the business plan. That's to give you notice there's something new here that wasn't in the business plan. So what we're going to do here is take another quick snapshot of some of the results Tony just went over, and then we'll discuss each of the 5 strategic priorities and how we're doing. On this particular slide, you already heard how we did in 2011 survey. What that middle column shows you is what we identified as a business plan performance goal. So we had the 2011 survey, and we set a goal to improve that score. Then the next column is, well, what did the 2012 survey say? And the last column is the offset from the goal. But that 43% is a mistake. It's 4%. So that was a typo that got re-typoed. It's 4, not 43. But note that the 2011 survey column to the 2012 survey column is not identified. For example, on the city is heading in the right direction, that's a public trust and accountability priority. That's what PTA means there. The survey said 15% agreed that we're heading in the right direction. We set a goal of 18%. We not only reached that goal, but we exceeded it at 22%. So we're 4% ahead of the goal, which is great. What we are also, though, is 7% ahead of where we were last year. So it's important to note both of those increases. You'll see that we've set new goals for this year. So just running down the column on 2012, the overall image and reputation of the city, we've increased that by 2%, but it's 4% ahead of last year, 2% ahead of our goal. A couple other key points are ability of the city to get information to the public. We were only at 40% last year. We're at 48% this year, 3% ahead of our goal, but 8% ahead of where we were last year. That's significant. When you have a statistically significant increase, that's really good to note. It's not just an increase between 3 and 5%, could be within the margin of error, but it's actually above that. Some of the places where we've declined, I want you to note, we've declined from the goal, not necessarily from where we were last year. The overall appearance of the city, as Tony mentioned. The city's a great place to live. Well, our survey result from 2011 and 2012 is the same. We didn't decline, but we declined from our goals. So we're trying to tell you in the business plan how we did according to our goals, not just how the survey results showed. One particular point to notice is near the bottom, opportunities to participate in community matters. The survey last year said 52% excellent or good opportunities to participate in community matters. We set a goal of 56%. We did not reach that goal, and in fact it declined quite a bit to 48%. It was a little bit surprising considering all of the outreach, and in other cases they're saying they're getting more information. I'm not sure if they meant opportunities to participate in workshops or what, so we're going to increase not only of our outreach and workshops, but getting the word out that we're having the workshop to get people to attend. This is an overall performance snapshot. We just picked a few from each of the strategic priorities, but now we're going to talk about each priority separately. So that should make sense here as we go through. So fiscal sustainability, it's first on the list because without fiscal sustainability, you really can't do anything else. This first page will show you the narrative on the initiatives, and then we'll have one page of goals, and we'll do that for each one. So what did we do this year? Well, we adopted a 5-year financial plan. Again, something a lot of cities today are not doing. They don't really want to face it. Not only did we adopt it, we've updated it, and we closed the $25 million shortfall. That 5-year financial plan closed that shortfall. The financial trend monitoring system has been developed. It was recently released, and we're going to, based on CAFR data, but we're going to start having quarterly financial trend monitoring system reports throughout this year. Our fiscal sustainability was a goal of last year. It was an initiative in the business plan. It was established. They provided input into our budget and our financial policy matters. Another goal was manage competition. Could we go out and try a managed competition concept. We did. The ice arena is now managed by a private company, and our estimated savings, along with our cost avoidance, is about $250,000 a year. Our capital improvement and infrastructure financing plan was another ambitious goal by council last year. You have authorized $5 million for infrastructure improvements in this year. So some of the new highlights that are in your business plan that was in your packet, this is just a summary of that big document that we gave you, is we're going to go out with an RFP to upgrade all of our financial and human resources systems software. That RFP should be released the end of this month, early May. It should close around the middle of June. And we'll come back with you as what did we find out about what it would cost to maybe modernize our systems, integrate them, make it more efficient. The other thing that we're going to do this year is bring the street cut ordinance to you to collect appropriate fees when people cut into our streets to cover some of the road damage. Our stormwater treatment funding and the opportunity to, those two little bullet points are just in the middle to be seen because the graphics kind of got in the way. Minimize the regulatory burden on MPDS permit. That's the Lahontan TMDL issues. We want to minimize the regulatory burden on the city. And doing so already, as SAR's done a great job working in that committee to try to get that permit more manageable for us. And we're also going to be bringing you budget and brief reports. So these are our initiatives for fiscal sustainability, what we've done and what we plan to do. Let's take a quick snapshot at the goals. So this is how we measure what we're doing. So did we adopt and implement the 5-year financial plan? Last year we had a goal for that. This year we did it, and this coming year we're going to update it. Did we maintain 25% of our operating fund, our general fund, as in reserve? Last year's goal was, yes, we will maintain that 25%. Performance this year is 29, what was 29, and we're going to maintain that goal at 25. Did we balance the budget? So as you can see, there was a typo on the 5th line down. Allocate at least $5 million annually to a COP program. In your handouts that went with the packet, it said CIP. So yes, that's subject to City Council approval, and we're working on that. Obviously, we want to continue to reduce parking garage operations, improve our percentage of grants awarded, improve and increase the number of TOT accounts paying on time. A good financial system and accounting software would help to achieve that as well. So these are the two initiatives and how we did, and our performance goals and snapshots. The last column is our goal of what we intend to accomplish this year. Let's go on to economic development. This is a key issue for our community. Obviously, we have unemployment rates that are much higher than the national average. Not only is economic development about creating jobs, but it's about looking for ways to increase revenue and bring more people here. To that end, last year you had an initiative that adopted in the business plan to get our commuter air service back here. And we've had a renewed focus this year. Our airport CIP program has some support from FAA for funding of some portions of that, including ticket counters. Our goal this year is to make sure that we can get a letter of interest from a service provider to bring commercial service here. Our Business Resource Center, this was a goal last year that was to establish a center, which has been done, over at the Tahoe Lane building, where you can walk in. If you're a contractor, you used to have to come and had to come, make sure you came a day early to come over and get your business license from the financial counter here, and then go to Tahoe Lane and maybe get your permits approved. Now we've got it all one-stop shopping thanks to Hillary and her team. They've worked with the finance department. Everybody's streamlined the process so you can get your business permit processed there at the Tahoe Lane for those people processing planning permits. In addition, they have all kinds of other resources available there for businesses. So it's been a great goal. It was achieved. It's not really focused on in this year's because it's just working on its own. It's become a core service now. Our business coaching program, that's the Tahoe Inventors and Entrepreneur Services, assisted 47 businesses last year. There's remaining grant funding for that this year, and the goal is to reach another 25 businesses. Special events. Well, we all know how New Year's Eve worked out. We had about 10,000 visitors here, kind of loud, but they also brought some money and helped some businesses. We're going to talk about in a little bit that we've created a new comprehensive application process that will make it attractive for an event promoter, because it's part of your goals is to bring more events here. It's going to be attractive. They're going to know what their expectations are, but it's also for us very comprehensive. It covers every aspect we could possibly think of. We got a lot of input from the community on how to make that application process comprehensive enough, but also create an envelope to bring an event producer some comfort that they know what's expected. And Stan's going to bring that to you in a little bit. So new for 2012-13 is commercial air service is a high priority. Councilmember Davis and Swanson are working with us on the Ledge Committee with airport team to really make sure that we focus on bringing commercial service here, and that's a goal. Obviously, if people can get here faster, and a visitor survey that was produced by the Lake Tahoe Visitor Authority last year said, well, we've got at least 40-50% of our visitors coming from outside the Bay Area, so if we could fly them here, that would be great. Go Ape is that new adventure park that's been talked about on airport property. That could become a reality and make a visitor destination for people to come on up and try the adventure park, swinging in the trees here in Tahoe. And we also want to measure special event impact on local economy. It's kind of tough to do, but we want to try to find a way to measure the real impact of those special events. This is a snapshot from the business plan of what we're going to come back to you next year and say, how did we do? You can see the first column was what our goal was. Our middle column is how we performed, and then we've set new goals for this year. And I won't read every single one of them to you, but the number of special events produced, we had a goal of 2. We really produced 1. That's not to say that only one special event came to town. That was one the city actually sponsored or got behind and helped to produce. Increasing the TOT revenue, we don't have a number. That's why it says to be determined yet, because our end of fiscal year hasn't occurred. This business plan last year was adopted by council in June. This is March. We're about 9 months in. We set the goal of adopting the general plan update, and you achieved that goal. So this year, obviously that goal doesn't exist. But the Tahoe Valley Community Plan was a goal last year to get adopted. We weren't able to meet that goal. It's on hold based on the regional plan update. We do expect that update, we hope, to get passed. So then we would move right into getting that Tahoe Valley Community Plan adopted by April of next year. Hosting familiarization tours, that's to give event producers and other people an opportunity to come on up and see what it takes to bring an event to South Lake Tahoe. We're also going to survey our Business Resource Center users. Improve the built environment. You saw throughout the survey results, that's certainly a key issue for everyone, is to make the city more attractive, to make our built environment somehow get a little bit closer to matching the beauty of our natural environment. So you have quite a few initiatives in here. I just highlighted a few. One of the key ones that we've already heard from people is working really well is a new development review team. This is also established by both Hillary and Sarah's team over at the Tata Center. It provides a one-stop place for somebody who's submitting a permit to meet with the entire team at one time. It's very well received by the community. We've already gotten emails, thank you, this was the most business-friendly experience I ever had, or this was the greatest experience at getting my permit processed. So if we can be more efficient in processing permits, that'll make their experience much easier in getting something done. So that's just been very well received, and that came as a suggestion from staff, and they've implemented it and done a great job. The 5-year capital improvement plan and the asset database, this plan was adopted with the first year of funding, and it's a focused approach to CIPs. As you know, during the reorganization plan, you've also approved the installation of a CIP program manager, and that's working really well to really focus on getting those capital improvements projects done well, efficiently, and on time, on task. Vixen Highway 50 initiative is overarching. It includes the new business facade improvement program, our sign ordinance updating. It's the overarching, if we could fix 50, how would it look? It would have a new facade, it would have better signage, and you've funded those incentives with the incentive programs. Our neighborhood service teams, awesome. They're working really well. It's a way to get more people to get involved with local government, and we're just there to facilitate what they want. So Tracy Franklin's running that program. She has worked with a whole slew, I think, of somebody from every department, put a team together. They've held neighborhood service team workshops. She's had quite a good response. They've had 3 cleanup days. They're going to continue to have more. She works with Clean Tahoe on that. And it's energizing those local community groups. Our code enforcement, we've talked about it quite a bit today already, but your initiative on improving the built environment was to have an enhanced code enforcement program. That's worked well. Interestingly, we did see a 4% improvement among those who surveyed that the weeds and junk are no longer a major problem. So a 4% improvement is actually pretty good in that sense. Do you have a question? Okay. Initiative this year, we wanted to really highlight the fact that staff and Mayor Fortier are working with TRPA on the RPU. We want to advocate for whatever the City Council's final position is on that. Assist Caltrans with their Highway 50 projects, investing in Harrison Avenue. Promote and administer the business facade program, and reduce the number of non-conforming signs. And so again, just a quick little look at our snapshot on performance goals. First column, what our goal was. Middle column, how we did. Next column is what our goal is for this year. A couple of things to highlight is that improving our resident rating of the overall city's appearance. This is very important to people, both who live here and visit here. Reduce the number of non-conforming signs. We haven't counted any this year because we've just starting that program. So we had a goal last year of 56%. We realized that was a little bit too high. We have to adjust that down to about 48%. I do want to draw your attention to Fixin' 50 initiative on the monument gateway signs. That was an initiative we had last year. It's still in there, but it's really dependent on funding or whether we have some interest in getting that monument sign. We really need to get the non-conforming signs done first. Also note, establish new business improvement districts. While we had a goal of doing 1, that really changed as a result of RDA and some funding changes, and we're not sure where we're going to go with that, so we just put on the 3rd column, it's per City Council's direction. Okay, we have just 2 more. Public trust and accountability. This strategic priority, if you recall, was established in response to welcoming citizen involvement, getting the citizens more involved, getting them information, getting them to trust the information more. So I'm just going to get a couple of quick little handouts. So these were all just provided at the recent Business Center Expo. So we have, handouts on our volunteer corps, business facade improvement program. This is our neighborhood service team. This is our Citizens Academy that's launching in June. We're taking applications. You can send them to me. Call me, 542-6043, and join our Citizens Academy. And we have all kinds of information about what that's about. We have brochures on our sign replacement program and our locally unique signs. Getting people information that they'll read and pick up is a good way to make sure that they understand what's available to them. Provides us an opportunity to communicate with them and holds us accountable for making sure we deliver those products. We're going to continue to do the survey. Excuse me. The City at Work program, that worked really well last year. We did a lot of videos on how Lakeview Commons was progressing. We posted those on YouTube and on our website. We got some good traction. We were on the radio and in print talking about how we're doing. I just mentioned the volunteer corps. This year, the Citizens Academy I just mentioned we're going to do. We're going to increase our community workshops and outreach opportunities. The Citizens Academy is a great way to do that. And we're going to be launching our e-news monthly newsletter. As City Manager Tony O'Rourke just mentioned, we're going to do it in print a couple of times and then launch it through the e-news. We'd like to see more people sign up, so we're still trying to get the word out about how you sign up. Go to our website / sign up. And then a quick snapshot on all our performance measures. This particular strategy is heavily measured through the survey. Public trust and accountability can best be measured by what they have to say. So you'll see most of what those measurements are as community surveys results. A few of those that aren't are the citizen survey, state of the city, annual address we did this year with Mayor, when Hal Cole was mayor. It was a great State of the City report. We'll do that again. Mayor 48, get ready. We'll have some community outreach and forums. And we want to increase website traffic. And we used to only get about 10,000 hits a month to our website. We're sometimes reaching 50,000 already, so we can say we might be reaching this goal on average of 40,000. It's quite a bit improvement for what it used to be. Social media, we're all over Twitter, Facebooking. We got all kinds of that stuff going on. It's new for government, but we're having fun with that. And then our last strategic priority is partnership development. We can't get any of this done without partners. And this is really something the council's been heavily involved in. In fact, it's kind of been the priority you've been leading all along the way. We set some initiatives to increase our partnerships among private and public. So Councilmember Cole mentioned the strike force team that he participates with the city manager. I think several of you have already participated in that strike force team off and on. We've strengthened our relationships by all the meetings you're going to. This council's very active. You're all very heavily participating in a variety of community processes. You're on boards. You're very, very busy. You work very hard. And as a result of that, our relationships are strengthening. You hear that the city is mentioned at the table more and more often. To help you with that, you hired a couple of legislative advocates, and you've been working closely with them through the legislative committee and individually, getting up to the Capitol and meeting with people. You've done a great job with that, and you have a very active participation with our legislative outreach side. We also see the legislators doing the same thing. They're contacting us more, and their state reps and local reps are here meeting with us once in a while. Also, our partnership development, we've seen it show up in a crime prevention program that the police department has done a great job with, led by Chief Euler, identifying hotspots for targeted solutions. They placed 40 multifamily dwelling properties in this program. They went through this whole certification process. That 40 of them are still going through it. 4 have been certified as crime-free. This is a great tribute to a real partnership between the police and the community. The police department's also worked on this field time maximization. Basically, what they wanted to do was prioritize service calls, and they did that through the installation of online reporting and better software. We'll measure how that goes this year. And, of course, we're working better together between public and nonprofit agencies. We're sharing services with El Dorado County on Senior Center, Boys and Girls Club, Recreation Department. Stan's working with them to look at how we can leverage each other's recreation resources. For this coming year, we are looking at, obviously, the efficacy of whether we should or shouldn't consolidate local and city fire services. We're going to be participating, again, with a regional leaders forum between Douglas County and the city. We'd like to see that also with El Dorado County, maybe STPUD, some discussion on maybe developing COGS. And this is a way to really work together and leverage your resources. And we want to have a valuable participation at this year's Environmental Summit. A quick snapshot of these measurements. These goals are measured mostly through not necessarily the survey results, but rather did we or didn't we do something we said we were going to do. So you can see that we want to increase cleanup days. We're going to host a regional forum. We did establish the crime-free program, and we will continue to do so. So these are measured more through actions. And then finally, just a little feedback on how this is working, basically from the staff perspective, that we recognize the business plan is focused and measured. This is very well appreciated where we go to the community. People they want to see how their government is working. It's a way they can measure the value of the services they get for the taxes they pay. Staff appreciates knowing where they're headed. Staff assignments were organized around these initiatives. So you adopted the strategic priorities, then we put action to it, very unique to cities, which is very commendable. And then staff was assigned, their department directors took this plan and delegated tasks so they can see what line of sight between what they're doing and what you're setting in terms of priorities. It's very important for staff so they know what I'm working on. Is this what council really wants me to be working on? It is. So what some of the feedback we're getting is, okay, now we've planned the work. Let's work this plan. And that's a great quote, by the way, from, it was Margaret Thatcher, actually, who said that. Plan the work and work the plan. So we're here to work that plan and continue to work the plan. But what we need from you now is feedback.
I know we all have lots, so why don't we start?
So I'll just sit and take notes, or would you like?
How about we just go around the circle? Hal, do you have some comments?
I don't think so. I was just hoping that some of our public survey scores would have jumped a little bit more, but it takes a long time to change perception, and we've been living in this community with the deteriorating infrastructure for a long time. It's going to take some dramatic actions to have the public perception that we're actually reinvesting in it. And I'm hoping that this, if we do put this $4 million in this coming year, that will be a big jump. Let people know that we are proactive. But other than that, not too many surprises. I was hoping it would just be the public will be a little more engaged and see that we are actually making changes. But changes take a while to actually come to fruition. Yeah.
And I do want to mention on that if you think that this plan was only adopted in June, we measured how we were doing 6 months later. That's pretty remarkable to see any improvement, actually. Although I too would when we did everything, they should see that. But it actually takes a little while to see some statistically significant change.
But all of us have lived here for a while. The downturn has been slow going, and it just can't jump back.
No.
We still drive up and downtown and see a lot of vacant buildings.
Change does take time. And money.
City is not investing in infrastructure, and the public isn't either. So I do think we're going in the right direction, and I think once we start investing money, the public will follow, and we'll see a jump next year. I think significant jump. No, but it was very educational, a few surprises.
Yeah, I agree with Hal. What's interesting, though, on perception of government, sometimes we get clumped in with everything. The actions of the sewer district, actions of the county, actions of the state, and that's a lot of people's overall perception and missteps the city may have had along the ways. But I think all in all, Hal's absolutely correct. The other question I had for you is, we do the survey in December, and the survey is our foundation of how we plan everything around it. Is that the right time of the year with the holidays and to get a good return? I'm just curious what the staff's feedback was on doing it in December.
I can, either way.
I think we initiated it, it was shortly after I got here, and we had a new city council. And one of the first orders of business was to listen to the community and document what their concerns and priorities were. So that's why December. We could easily move it up, for example, to June, and maybe those results would then have a greater impact on how we budget. So that's probably a good suggestion.
I'm not advocating that. I was just curious why
it
was December.
Because it was one of the first orders of business we mutually conducted, but I think it's a valid point, and we could probably move it up to May or June so that the results probably could have a greater bearing, particularly on the budget process.
Yeah, I think that's important. I'm not advocating it, but it's something that I think staff needs to look at. December's a very busy month for a lot of our residents with the holidays and visitors and shopping and family and all that stuff. So maybe that's something we need to take a look at and move it around. And like June, I think is good.
Yeah, I don't think the date change will change the response rate, because the current response rate is very high by all measures, but I think it may serve as more value for some of our other processes. So we could definitely look at a June return date.
And I think, to Hal's point, we're only talking 6 months here, but we're going to have a great impact on our citizens with Lakeview Commons, our concert series that's going to go on there, paving of our roads, like you said, are going to have a great impact. People are going to actually see, feel, and touch what we've said for the last year as this council's provided the leadership. So I'm hoping this December's will be, some good numbers and good jump. And hopefully the economy gets better and unemployment gets better. And they see retail opportunities open up here as we ever get TJ Maxx and Aisle 1 going. So overall, I think it's a lot of work by staff. Thank you very much. And council, thank you for your vision.
I've got a number of things, so I'm just going to kind of go through this quickly, and not with the intention of trying to drag down the process, but this is the point that we can clarify our strategic goals.
Correct.
And first among them, because I think that this regional plan is going to be absolutely instrumental for both our built environment and the economic development strategy. I know that we've talked about something in essence that the city would help the process, but as you all well know, this has become practically a full-time job for Hillary. I'd like to give it more emphasis in both the economic development and the built environment, primarily from the standpoint that we find a plan that cuts to the issue of a certainty, one-stop process that enables the city to rebuild. And I think that's really critical that we get that up higher, more.
Like its own initiative.
Yeah, well, as its own initiative, or to put it under economic development,
Sure.
and because this is going to be probably one of the biggest things that we do this year is to either get that plan through or understand how we recover without it. I also wanted to talk a little bit about. It seems like the one issue that we keep getting back, and we have this underbuilt environment, but perhaps we need to make it a priority, is the overall appearance. If the overall appearance of the city was the single biggest, most significant feedback from the public, then perhaps we need to actually gather members of the chamber, members from council, try to really drive this process a little bit stronger. And really see if we can have measurable results from that, because I think it's pretty critical. And we are fixing the streets. Mm-hmm. However, do we have equal buy-in from other folks to fix what they need? So I think that we need to look at that a little bit more. Public accountability and trust. I think that this council is absolutely amazing for the amount that we have participated with a number of organizations. It's really quite impressive. My only add-on here was perhaps maybe monthly or something, just a little sentence or a graph or two that we can put in the newsletter from each of the council members that just basically says who they've met, and just as solidifies that people know where we are and what we're doing in that regard. A crazy idea for street cleanup, street improvement, and that is to adopt a street. Is there any idea in terms of whether we try and adopt a street plan?
Caltrans just announced that for some local communities on adopting one of their streets. So you're talking about a similar highway type adoption.
Just, what is there anything we can do that ties community?
The neighborhood service teams could do that. They could bring a lot of them in each of the team meetings that they're having. Those kind of issues do come up, and maybe what they're trying to do basically is sort of adopt ownership of their neighborhood, and so maybe we could just
see whether we can do adopt street.
Drill down on it.
Yeah,
okay.
And see if there's any any feel for it or anything along that line.
Okay.
Along with the community service, the teams, the neighborhood teams. Crazy idea of maybe we have I think Tracy is handling them, videotape the neighborhood with one question for council. What's one question that comes back to council, so they feel as if it comes back, their concerns come back. We could play it in a council meeting or not, but at least that feeling that they're participating and they have one question for council.
That's interesting. Yeah, that'd be fun.
And the other part of that, and I don't know if this is something that we need to link to the chambers with, I feel like we need to really start to get our relationships with the chambers with specific needs from both of the chambers. One of them was that we have this unemployment problem. Is there any place that we actually post volunteer and part-time jobs, particularly for high school students? We talked a lot about what's going on with the rec department and where we want to go, and I'd just like to ask Stan if you would be kind enough, if the rest of council agrees, that perhaps you do an update to us, for us, on what's going on in the rec department, how that coalescing has happened, what's going on with the Boys and Girls Club. I think it'd be really helpful just to kind of see where we are, because I understand that the ice arena just has its new plumbing in and all is well, but that would be very unfortunately, stormwater treatment, as you all well know, is just going to be one that's going to hit upside the head. But I do commend Sarah for an amazing job that she and all the other staff from the local area jurisdictions are doing on TMDLs. It is just mind-numbing work. I'm thrilled that you guys are working on the airport. I think that's great. And sorry to belabor this, it's just all over the place. Fixin' 50 was under that whole idea of cleanup as a number one priority. And And that's all I had. Bruce?
You know, I agree with the comments that have been made. It's, you know, I feel it's great to have this continuing surveying of the public and, you know, getting their feedback as to whether we're moving in the right direction. I think we planted a lot of seeds in the last 18 months or so, whether it's with the regional plan update, road improvements and things. But there's some hard nuts here. The unemployment situation is terrible, and the tools that we have are limited. Clearly, Project 3, here, I ran 3.5 years ago talking about it, and there's been no movement on that in 3.5 years. And not that the city hasn't tried to engage, but that is a problem that needs to be solved. I don't know how we can take stronger steps in this area. Clearly, the bankruptcy by Lake Tahoe Development Company held things up, but they're out of bankruptcy now. And I don't know whether trying to bring in all the interested parties and have a dialogue, I mean, they must not be happy with their investment either. And, you know, we're hoping for some large developer maybe to come in. But we might have to look at other alternatives. Maybe this can no longer be built as a large project. Maybe it has to be broken up somehow into smaller projects to allow something to be built there instead of having it sit. It would do so much for our state line area to have that project move in some direction, and I think that needs to be a refocus. But I'm looking forward to, you know, the road paving this summer, the more emphasis on patching those issues. I think that will all make our community look better. But again, other issues are a real challenge, and you know, it's not trying to advertise what's available. There are no jobs. Look how small the sections in the paper are for help wanted, and so it's a national problem, but it's our problem too. So, but again, I think we're moving in the right direction with this.
Angela?
I'm like Claire, I have a big list.
I'm sure.
In general, great work, and it's always nice to sit up here in front of people on TV when staff have done so much work really doing the lion's share of implementing it going forward. Council's role is always to set direction and to provide the muscle behind it for you to do what needs to be done, but I think we all sit here knowing that the lion's share of this credit belongs to the city manager, to you, Nancy, and to all the staff and the department heads. And so I just really want to acknowledge that, and that I enjoy being able to feel like we're making progress based on that work that you've been doing. We appreciate it. Several areas of comments, and again, I'm like Claire, I was making notes as I went along. One of the key things that I think Claire talked, or that I've been in, where a lot of my comments are going to go to, and I think like Claire's, is that one of the things, working closely with some of the department heads, one of the good things the city did and the city manager was aligning staff evaluations, which for folks for 8 years, many people were not even evaluated in this city for how they were doing their job. And in trying to get that better so that people were being measured so that they could enjoy the success and understanding of what they were doing in their position, they're being measured against this business plan and the strategic goals. Part of the problem is, though, as Claire mentioned, the RPU wasn't in there. And Hillary's life is revolved around it, for instance, and much of her staff. So when I'm addressing some of these things, I'm looking at things that may be small from the perspective of the strategic plan, but trying to address that, needing to get that recognition in, because I'm understanding staff needs, as I understand it, our support to make sure where those hours are going into really get reflected back in the measures that they and their departments are held against, and that we don't have a perfect alignment of it. And that this is a good opportunity to get those bits in to support staff. And the RPU is just but one example. The TMDL is another. Harrison Avenue, many of the other things we're working on. So when I wanted to address that, a couple of things that aren't looking at the survey overall. First, I wanted to start with some of the perceptions of the community on the quality of life and what's going on here is a really interesting mix, and where I really appreciated that the metrics look good in terms of public feedback on some things where we're low but we're improving. I'd really like to have feedback come back at a future council meeting to really know, are we really doing sign ordinance enforcement? Are we really doing code compliance? What are we really doing with the fire marshal in citing those fire hazards and those blight conditions? What is really happening with our numbers, and are we really doing it? Clearly, the public feels like we're doing it. I want to make sure, because you can look at, as you say, this only measures 6 months of where we've implemented most of those changes. How are we really doing in getting there? And obviously, we don't want to just turn Bob Bertozzi and people into automatons going after it. But we know we have a significant problem. That was one of the things you highlighted most to us, Tony, when we were doing this a year ago, is nothing conforms. Nothing is being brought into compliance and being pulled forward. And I think as Claire talked about this opportunity, we're closer with the chambers really on everyone getting invested in doing it, where we've been working at it. Let's start looking at hard data, what we need to be doing, where we think we need to be at in our assessment of the problem, and how do we move forward in making sure that we do that. Because when there are so few dollars, we can't fix unemployment easily, we can't solve regional planning processes, we can't solve a lot of problems, but we can all get our front doors made nicer. And we can work collaboratively on that. Other initiatives, so that was on one of just the hard measures I'd love to see more data on, to see where we look at. Then things I think need somehow to fall into strategic priorities, again from a staff perspective, and then to reflect the real work of the council. One is our ledge priorities aren't really falling into there, and as a time and an activity, they're sort of in there but not, and I'm not even sure I have the answers to it. I think it's enough for now to say, let's look at how we're initiating it. The RPU doesn't fall under the ledge committee, but it's definitely a policy advocacy that we need to really highlight that we're working on. Another thing I'd like us to look at, that continue working on, we've already got it noted to be on a future agenda, is our commission process. I think that may be one of the areas where we're really falling down on the job. We know we've got one commission that's got more vacancies than they've got people sitting on it. I don't know that it's being broadcast. People are really buying into that as an opportunity, and it should be a vital opportunity. And I will tell you, as a council member, I have to work hard to understand and know, keep up on what's going on in the Planning Commission, one of our most important commissions, to really know what's going on with them and to be updated on the work they're doing, to feel like there's cohesiveness. So if I'm having a problem, I can't imagine what it's like for the average citizen. And Claire had a great idea about some of the televising, bringing it in, bringing questions in. We don't have good reporting or interaction coming in with the commissioners, so we've encouraged it, because I think that's an area we can work on, and that addresses survey results and strategic processes.
On that note, I just want to bring to your attention that each May commission is supposed to do a report to you biannual. It's May and November, so they're coming back on that, and I think the process issue is also coming back in May.
Perfect.
Because of that one commission.
Yeah. And I know we're working on it, but I think this highlights for me that this, in our strategic issues, may be one of those places that we've got the pieces there, they're just not functioning as well as they could. Okay. And with that collaboration. A couple of other initiatives I see really picking up speed over the next year, looking at our partnerships in built environment. 56 acres is going to be coming back. As Lakeview Commons is coming online, we're looking at it. The other thing, in line with Claire's request to stand talking about it, I know the staff have been working quietly on getting all the underpinnings together on an initiative that is near and dear to my heart, which is organized play, and really looking at assessing what we have, what we need, because one of the few things the city can control in terms of trying to decrease unemployment and bring revenues to the city is really looking at what does it take for infrastructure to be able to attract these baseball tournaments and football tournaments and cheerleading and soccer tournaments. What kind of partnerships do we need? What is it we need to invest in? And when we're looking at a TOT measure a couple years down the line, or the amusement, I would like to see those numbers come up with our community's willingness to implement measures to create the revenue needed to get that infrastructure in place. And coming from the school district, I really believe in this community, and that the community will tax itself or charge itself, but they have to know there's value in it. They have to know it's really going to deliver results, and I believe this is a path we are seeing that it will work. So that needs to be in our more clearly defined in our strategic priorities. I know this has been slowly cooking. It'll be coming to the council, I think, in about 60 to 90 days, but I'd really like to see that brought forward. I'd like to see, when we were talking about our financial measures, the metrics that we're introducing are good. I think we still have a long way to go in the way we report and act on our budget. We still don't have a way that clearly the public and the council can see, for instance, that we actually have costs every year allocated to maintenance, whether it's servicing our water retention ponds, repairing vehicles, dealing with fleet maintenance of them. We don't really show it clearly, and that's an important part in messaging to ourselves and to the community that we're very thoughtful and we're very responsible in the way we budget. We don't have things highlighted out in a way. It's not that it doesn't exist. It's how we report it, I think, and measure it, and that's a piece I'd like to see continued along with these reporting systems and with those metrics that we're using to show better forecasting, but to get that kind of data out, and that's just one example. And we've all, as a council, talked about it. I'm just bringing that forward. I'd also like to have highlighted among our policy initiatives in the value that we're bringing to the community, the Lake Valley and South Tahoe Fire Department consolidation work for the next year, because that is going to take a lot of time between staff, between council, and the community, and it's on the forefront. And as we're looking at a measure too, I was really stunned by that feeling about police, about fire, about safety, and what in general. This is an important part, supporting that survey and those perceptions. And again, I know some of this is probably in the weeds, but there are areas I want to make sure we're really highlighting and acknowledging are going to be taking up a lot of our time and effort, and that they really feed into our effort to be a better city and a better managed city. A last thing, and this is a really touchy thing to bring up, but in our strategic priorities, it's important for me, and guys, this is really ugly to say, but we're not done making cuts. And I'm not talking about necessarily losing people. We know we cannot economically sustain having 40% PERS contributions for our staff at the high end and no lower than 20% at the low end. We can't sustain where we are on health benefits. It's in there. We're looking at it. We have to develop a culture where we are pushing toward interest-based bargaining where we're a team. And it's building that culture. And that's one of the end issues is we're 2 years away from having to deal with it because of our union agreements we're able to get and the concessions our staff made. But we need to continue as a city to pull together and build an environment where we can engage in that dialogue. And I'm not saying anything that the handwriting's not on the wall in every other city in the state of California. It's the reality that's out there, and we need to create, and I don't know how we put in our strategic priorities, but I believe it has to be in there, because if we walk away from this and try to ignore it for 2 years and deal with it 6 months, 8 months before the contracts start expiring, that's bad faith, and I think that's a bad management practice. So how we get there, I don't know, but I think it has to become part of that strategic priority and how we get at that, and talking with our staff.
I'm glad you raised that. We recently had a meeting, and we do intend to insert this, probably under fiscal sustainability, a labor management ongoing dialogue to address things outside of labor negotiations, things like the health plan, things like the budget, so that our employees can have a hands-on role in shaping our future. They have a significant vested interest in ensuring our fiscal sustainability, and I think they've demonstrated through the hardships and the sacrifices they had to make this past year that they want to be part of the solution, and that we want to give them a vehicle to constantly participate and communicate their interests, their concerns, and their solutions. They have lots of good ideas, so we want to create that conduit for that input and hopefully create some initiatives and measures that allow us to have long-term fiscal sustainability and control some of these legacy costs that you're talking about, particularly for pensions and health care. So they will be part of that solution, and we'll highlight that more in the strategic and business plan.
In addition to that, as a result of the employee survey that they also participated in, Tony's had a couple of meetings with staff that shared all those survey results that said they too want to have an opportunity to have better communication, more information, trust the information. So we've instituted an all-hands mandatory monthly staff meeting where we've gotten together and everybody gives updates on what's going on. They're offering suggestions. We meet again tomorrow. We'll meet the first Wednesday of every month and find out what kind of suggestions they have for improving what you just mentioned in terms of culture. You can't get to interfaith until they really believe their interests are heard. So when we improve the culture within the organization, they might be better able to understand the information that they're receiving and be participants with it, and then participate in these kind of meetings that city manager is discussing.
that covered a lot of the issues that I had in specifics, I think, because other issues have been noted on and how we've been working toward it. Again, thank you all for all the work and helping us to really move the city forward. I'm a little discouraged but I have to remember it takes longer for the people to start realizing there's a change, because it's based on the last time they've had to have an experience with us. But I appreciate the fact that we are moving forward and all the work you've done to make that happen for us. And to the rest of the council, I know we are all a very activist council and very involved, and that's not always easy for staff. But I think it does make a difference to have that outreach. As Bruce calls it, we actually finally have a foreign policy.
Yes. Well, what we'll do is, based upon your input, include these suggestions and revisions and bring them back on April the 17th, so you can see that there will be critically important to the strategic efforts and business efforts for the next year.
Is there any changes to those suggestions? Everybody kind of agrees that that's what we're going to include?
Hal?
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to bring it up or under council member reports, but Bruce Grego brought up a point that I wholeheartedly support and was going to talk about it later. Now that the Project 3 Convention Center is not under the control of a bankruptcy court, now we don't have to have their okay or blessing on anything that comes through. This year we have a real unique opportunity. Time is running out. We need to have one organized push this summer. We need to know what our options are, and we need to get some questions answered. We need to get the players in here. If we can have face-to-face, one-on-one meetings with some of the elected officials, some of the local governments, we need to know, one, what do the property owners see out of this? What are their long-term goals? What are the issues that are dividing them from being in concert and working together to try to sell this project? Number two, we need to know the status of the infrastructure and the status of the permits. We need to be very current. And number three, we need to know what options we have if we want to bifurcate that project. I mean, those are just three I can think of. But if we don't do it this summer and we let this thing languish another year, I'm really afraid that not only will the infrastructure fail, but the economy right now is a time when there's investors looking out, looking for things. It's just, I don't know how to say it. If we don't deal with that and make a concerted effort to deal with it this summer, we have really let our community down.
Can we get like Owens Financial, the biggest players in a room with us, TRPA planning staff, to see if we can?
Well, that's the kind of thing, but not only Owens, but a couple of the
Yeah,
other
but I'm
groups.
saying everybody's involved.
Yeah, I think what we would want to do is organize basically a summit with all the critical stakeholders in both the financial interest in the property.
And we
but
either do
also
it in
the
a public
permitting.
meeting,
Yeah.
or we have a subcommittee
Yeah.
and meet with them. But somehow we've got to get the players up in town face to face. We got to have some information in front of us regarding the status of the building and also the permit status.
Yeah.
And
I think we can
and
organize that
and what
for early
options
May.
we can give them. Maybe
Sure.
there is a way to take those parcels and divide it into. We need to see some action.
Sure.
And anything we can do now that the bankruptcy courts are not involved, we must do it.
Now's the time.
Yeah, we'll organize that
that's-
for early May.
Do we want to create a subcommittee now? Because I think that's going to be the best way to bring this forward as opposed to a whole council meeting. I think it's an excellent idea, and I think that...
Well, we can organize this session without a subcommittee, but I think the full council is going to have to participate in
Okay.
discussing
Yeah, I'd like to see all of
all right, good enough.
the issue.
Workshop
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah,
Workshop
yeah.
is good.
But we'll work with Patrick, and we have ongoing relationships. We'll just pull all the parties together so they have a direct interface with the council.
I think that's huge. Tom?
One thing that I've been dealing with over the past years, and it's really not in our strategic plan, but probably should be somehow, is our bus service. And I've asked for, and I think Angela's going to bring forward a Tahoe Transportation District
In May.
presentation on the ferry system across the lake, which so far I've got some serious issues about. But this brings up a greater issue, an experiment I'd like to try in this town, somehow maybe through Tahoe Transportation District grant money. I know we've been very successful at getting rolling stock, and we don't get much for the actual operational expense. But I would really like to try the big experiment to have free bus service in the city for 2 years. Get some grant money somehow, some way from Department of Transportation, the TTD, to really try this experiment to see the impacts it has on our workforce. on our traffic in town, on our visitors, because I think if we had free transportation, and can't do it 1 year, but I'd do it for 2 years in the city, and maybe we do it basin-wide, maybe they do it at TART on the North Shore also, but I'm focusing on the city. I think we're going to find some huge impacts that we would have on traffic patterns. As you know, we're putting sidewalks in now and curbs throughout the city. So I'd really like to see that as a priority to get some grant funding for operational dollars for our transit system and have a free transit system in the city on an experimental basis for 2 years and see what the impacts are.
And I've asked, Carl will be here in May to talk about it. I've asked him to look at it. I will tell you, my understanding currently, and staff will give us the expert feedback, is that there really isn't grant funding to replace fare box revenue. And we'd need to find, but they'll address that, and it'd be about $2 million a year that would have to be replaced into the budget to allow us to run free at the current level of operations. That's a lot of contributions. I'm bringing that up in terms of thinking as we're doing our strategic planning and looking forward to budgeting. If, in fact, we want to do it, because it takes a lot of time to try to find grant dollars, too, to do it, is the city and our partners willing to bring this forward as an initiative in TTD to provide a funding supplement to be able to do this experiment if that's what it came down to?
Yeah, and I believe we're going to think out of the box. It's different times right now, and maybe it's $2 million, but the impact on the community could be far greater on savings and stuff. So we need to look at it.
And I'm with you, Tom, and I'm only bringing it up because I believe that in this community, this may be the only way to do it. There's this funny dichotomy, and the people that come, especially the Europeans that visit us, that are used to public transit and can't find it, can't get it, find it very disheartening for what's available. So they would love to see more in that availability. We have need-based ridership that this would make such a difference for. So we'd need to look. I'm absolutely open to it and think it could be brilliant. But those are some of the realities we'll be looking with, and they are fully briefed that they need to really be ready for a good discussion with us on it. But it's got to be more than a 15-minute presentation, then, Bruce.
Is that going to be a presentation on the waterborne transit too?
Yes. Waterborne transit, the Loop Road, the general health and fiscal stability of TTD and Bluego will be presented, and that will be the shortest of it all. And then a discussion about the Bluego services route, kind of moving forward and what's going on with it is what I've asked them to prepare for. Does that sound like the right list?
Yeah, that's going to be more than 15 minutes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Short and sweet. 16. Okay, so we'll add the big blue bus experiment to our initiative. Okay, so that concludes then our business plan. I just want to...
I
Yeah.
have three
Two more.
suggestions
Okay.
from the public. I thought I'd hold this off. There are three suggestions for the public that have been given to me. And I know one will absolutely raise what little hair is left on Tom Davis's head. They are asking for us to reconsider a toll for Tahoe.
Tahoe toll?
It raised all 5 hairs on my
So like coming into this basin.
So they're looking at, we want to improve the roads here, let's put a toll on Tahoe. So I'm throwing that out. I know that there was a lot done before, and but I've
So
just...
are you suggesting we study that concept?
at least we need to find out what has happened.
In the
I
past,
think
we'll update.
a conversation with a couple of people in town would probably be real clear real quickly. But it might be something to pursue. It was a suggestion from the public. Another suggestion from the public, and I know council's going to be thrilled about this one, and particularly involved with this fixing 50 idea. This person suggested that council all walk up and down Highway 50 and meet with the business owners, explain fixing 50, and hear all their concerns. So I throw that out, and I can see we're all excited about that.
Yeah, actually, the chambers do a business outreach
I think
program,
it's
and
actually got a
you
lot
could get involved
going
with
on,
them.
and it may be a wonderful opportunity for us to present some of our ideas and where we're going.
I think they
So-
have a single day they do it every
You
year.
can see why we need sidewalks.
Yeah, there you go. And the final suggestion, and I think we all got this suggestion, was the TOT enforcement needs to be much stronger. And I know we're working on an RPU in that regard, but I am bringing these to your attention
That is in the
as members of the public. Speaking of which, is there any member of the public who would like to address the work plan or the business plan?
Hello, Ken Kurtzweiler again. The business plan initiative, looks like it's page 18. Item number, actually it's 4th paragraph on the right-hand side for the sign ordinance update and gateway program. Okay, I came up earlier and talked about the sign, and I should have waited until now to talk about the sign, but I didn't realize that I could have incorporated. Anyway, what my suggestion is for the sign there that it says that it's 4 areas are locations appropriate for city gateway signs have been identified. Well, actually, there's only 4 of them coming into South Lake Tahoe. There's Highway 50 at the airport, Highway 50 at State Line, Pioneer Trail at Al Tahoe, where the county becomes the city, and Highway 89 around West Way. Now, we only have 1 sign there, but this is the only one of the very, very few communities I've ever been in where we do not have a community service sign, such as the Kiwanis, the local churches, Sertoma, and any other business group in the area. So that would be my suggestion for taking care of the sign here at the entrance to the exit for the airport and the entrance to South Lake Tahoe, is that you could probably get together with all the community service groups that would be able to put a sign up there and have them donate the time to take care of the city sign, as well as have the authorization to put up one of their signs coming into South Lake Tahoe. There's all kinds of NARFE and retirement sons and everything else. There's probably 15. You've seen them, Tom. They're everywhere. And we're one of the few communities that does not have a community service sign coming into their community. Even the towns that have no welcome signs have community service signs. So that could be one way for the community to get together and help support the maintenance of the sign that's there right now and to take care of it. And also, if you're looking for the business facade improvement program and a general fund, which you've had a state funding grant, part of that grant could go to those service clubs also, or it could not, because they're service clubs and they're all write-offs anyway. So whatever they spend, they don't have to claim. So that could be one way to take care of that area. The other comment that I have is on the special event guidelines, where it's page 5, item Q, under waste management and environment. And by the way, my kudos to you guys for doing this plan and special event guideline and everything. I read the whole thing last night. That's a lot of work was put into that, and that was good. And you covered a lot of the bases, probably 99% of the bases that needed to be covered in this town. And you've come up with a lot of really good solutions and everything, specifically towards the special event guidelines, because I know when you read this, you know that probably 90% of all the guidelines that are coming in this directly relate to the snow globe that we had last year, which was actually a good thing. And
Kenny, would you hold
think
your
it's-
comments on the special events, if you have more comments,
Yeah.
until we get to that area?
Oh, okay. Well, then that was it.
Okay. Any other public comment on the business plan or our strategic plan? And we're going to be taking up special events after we finish with the business plan.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning. I just had several questions, actually, on the business plan. You noted there that you had 2 familiarization
Your name
tours.
for the record, please.
Okay. Robert Niedermeyer, 1203 O'Malley Drive. You noted that you had 2 familiarization tours last year. Who were the tours given to, and what were the results? The Go Ape Adventure Park, what stage is that in? Do you have a graphic showing how it would be laid out and who would run it? And what kind of feedback have you gotten from the FAA on that idea? You noted also that your plan for next year is to have 4 new events by next year. And what is the long-range plan on your special events? Is it going to be 4 new special events every year, looking forward to added to the previous year's special events? And what changes would it take in the TOT collections to make it handy source for hard data on the impacts of the many different special events that you're going to be planning.
Okay, Bob, why don't we take these from the top? The first question was regarding the FAM tour. Do you want to answer? Or, Stan?
Yes. Actually, last year we had several FAM tours. The successful ones were the obvious snow globe, hardcore baseball, race at the lake. In all those tours, we take potential producers out to different venues to try to select a venue that can best accommodate their event. And actually, those FAM tours are going on nonstop. Whenever we receive any interest at all from an out-of-town producer or a local producer, then we analyze the venues that are available and take tours of those.
Okay, Tom, I think you've got the answer to Going Ape.
Go Ape is a outdoor adventure park in the trees, literally. It's a rope course, and it'll be located right up here by the next to the tower in the area. We're just waiting now. The city council's approved it. The city attorney's reviewed the contract. The airport commission has approved it. You have, right? Okay. You had a no or yes. I wasn't sure. I know you've looked at it. And we're just, it's in the FAA's hands right now. They thought it was going to be down on the runway somewhere adjacent to it. It's not. We should get approval back very soon. The company's out of England, and these parks are very prominent all around England and back east on the East Coast. They moved to the East Coast a few years back. This is one of their first adventures out to the West Coast. No cost to the city. It'll be used for incentive groups, individuals to come out and go through the course up in the trees. Very environmentally sensitive to all aspects of the environment. I think it'll be a big, big plus for our community. Hopefully we're going to have it up and running by summer.
I think the next question was about the number of special events, and we'll take that up when we talk about special events and see if there's a where we're going with that. And the last question is the TOT collection. Marian.
On the TOT collections, I think probably the best indicator would just be the year-over-year collections. Comparing whatever month the events are occurring in, we could look at the analysis that way. There's no mechanism I'm aware of at this point to collect something specific to an event. So,
the other thing on TOT, I want to make sure it's in our ordinance that when we find an illegal vacation rental that's not paying it, we go back 3 years
yes.
and collect back taxes on the last 3 years.
Yes, we have done that, and we would also do that in conjunction with an audit also.
Good.
So we have done that historically.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to address Cody?
Yeah, Cody Bass again. I would like to talk again about the idea of bringing a summit together with the previous investors of the project down at State Line. I think that they've kind of already proven to us over the last 3 years that they're not capable of funding the project, and obviously left us in a pretty detrimental state over the last period of time. That's why I've proposed to you guys to use the powers that the city has of eminent domain to turn this into a public space. And bringing these people back to the table is just going to prolong this process and keep it into the hands of who have already, people that have showed us that they don't have the sufficient means of making this happen. Therefore, I don't understand why we would bring the process back to the table with the same players that have already showed us that they have failed. When the city has the ability to use eminent domain, and we could turn this whole into something that could be a great positive aspect to our community.
Just to guess, what would you think the cost of the eminent domain would be for a project like that?
I mean, it could be in the I would imagine that the real estate, the raw value of the real estate alone is in the millions of dollars. It is going to be below what it currently was bought at because of the process of where it's at now.
But anyway, if that could even be contemplated, I don't think the city could even have near the funding to acquire it through eminent domain.
I think so. I mean, if it's a revenue building, if it's a project that brings revenue to the city, there's financial institutions that would back the city in making that happen. If it's an amphitheater that's bringing revenue to the city, there's plenty of banks that would give the loan to the city to make that happen And the city probably has funds that could be allocated from all sorts of different areas. But I know for a fact there's financial institutions that if there's a revenue, if it's generating revenue to the city, there's plenty of financial institutions that would take that on.
The thing I do agree with you is we got to take this thing off center. Somehow, some direction, but where it is now is at zero.
Right, and so why are we going to give it back to the people that just left us with a hole
Well, I think the
for the
intent
last
is-
3 years?
Cody, I think the intent is to have a workshop to see what's possible. And so I think that one of the things that I would be, if this is one of your proposals and your ideas, when that workshop happens, bring it to the attention.
Yeah, and I'd love to be a part of that
because
workshop.
they own it. That's one. We're not bringing it back to them. They own it. They have not had much control over the past few years because a bankruptcy court held it.
Right.
Now they have a little more control over their own parcel. So
Right.
now is a unique opportunity to find out where the blocks are.
And it's the same unique opportunity that the city can use public
We don't have
eminent
enough money
domain.
to buy that at fair market value. We just do not have enough money. And if you're going to try to get an investor with a business plan, the strings attached would be huge. And number two, we cannot use eminent domain in the city unless we go back to the voters. And I don't think the voters, under any circumstance, are going to allow our city to use eminent domain. It's just a line they don't want to cross.
I mean, it's a much better position with that we're in now, with a hole in the middle of the ground.
but-
to turn it into a public space, I think that the voters would love to see that.
Gotta
And
pay for
instead
it.
of driving by a fence that has a hole that's sat there for the last 3 years, and do you think the voters want to see it go back to the same people that left us there?
No, we don't disagree with you, Cody. It's just what Hal's talking about. To go out and borrow $100 million or $150 million, then construction cost, we can't even get our roads paved. I think it's still more wise to work with those properties. They have an incentive too. Now that's out of bankruptcy, Mr. Lane is no longer involved in it in any way, shape, or form. That's what bankruptcy did. Took him out. Now the individual property owners are motivated to do something. The longer they sit on it, the less value they have. That's why I think this workshop, you're going to find some interesting comments come from those of individual property owners want to move this process forward. No advantage to them for status quo. So I think that's real critical. We have that seminar, that workshop, and you're going to find probably some good ideas come out of that from the property owners. We don't own it.
But, I mean, don't you think the appraised value of this property, now that it's been left in a hole with unusable rebar that takes a major amount of work to even get it back to a developable state, is definitely a lot less than it used to be?
The expense to remove that is astronomical.
Well, the other thing is you're making one assumption. There's 29 parcels there. Many of those people that are the owners were just merely lenders to the developer. They were never developers. And this fell in their lap because Rennie Lane's company defaulted on their financial obligations. So we're not dealing with a group of people that were, quote, the prior developers. They were merely the persons that owned the properties before, that sold them in many cases, though there's some that were refinanced with banks. And so it's not developers. There's a bunch of people there that are left holding the bag. And that's why we have to talk to them.
And that's why it may end up as a quorum of that you can't ever get to anywhere, and that's why the city should use its public eminent domain power to step in as the governing body and take over and make it into a public space usable for our community.
And if we did, and the bill's $150 million, where we're going to get it?
Well, I mean, I don't think that we're going to find $150 million allocated from the city. If we were able to develop a site that was a usable site that hosted 15,000 people every weekend in our community, $150 million could be
Then a
financed.
developer would have done it a long time
Why
ago.
don't we take this to
Okay.
a workshop format? We are going to. Why don't we
No, I
take this
understand
to-
where Cody's coming from.
No,
and
no, I get
we
it,
all
but
share his
let's have
concern.
this in a workshop setting where we can have an open discussion about it.
Awesome.
Thank you, Cody.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it.
I just want to
You
clarify.
got the money, Cody?
I'll look for it.
I just want to clarify something here. It is out of bankruptcy. There are 29 parcels. 16 of the 29 they have foreclosed on, 4 are in the process. The other 9 are still owned by Lake Tahoe Development. So Lake Tahoe Development still has ownership of 9 of the 29.
Outright.
Okay, any other public comment?
Right, they've got liens on the property, but yeah.
Yes, sir, if you'd identify yourself.
For the record, my name is Chris Benai. I've been a resident, or had been a resident of South Lake Tahoe since 77. I left for about 7 years and just recently returned. And I just want to commend the council and staff for the energy that I see here and the progress that I see that you are trying to achieve. Setting goals and testing them and double checking on them and continuing to monitor them is very impressive. I wish you continued good luck.
Chris, keep coming to council meetings. Keep
Would
us
you like to
honest.
volunteer for a committee?
Okay, and Joanne.
Good morning. It's still morning. This is Joanne Connor, president of the Chamber, which I assume you're talking about when you say the Chamber, because we are the only one located in the city of South Lake Tahoe, and we do represent 225 of your business owners. I know there were a few chuckles about walking up and down the highway and meeting the business owners, and I know you're all exceptionally busy. We all are. But I actually would love to see more of that. You can come to our chamber board meetings. We had one last night. Had 8 business owners there that would have loved to talk to somebody from the council. These people are struggling. They can't get here. They want to improve their properties, but they're cutting back on employee hours, which means these business owners are working longer hours. And if you can get in to talk to any of those business owners, we would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Joanne, if council so deems it, would the chamber be agreeable to perhaps organize this for council?
Yes,
and I'll take
we'd
it
love
back
to.
to council and ask them if that's what they'd like to do, but that would be helpful.
We would love to do that. You know that we're all volunteers, but I don't sleep anyway, so I'd love to take a hand in that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other members of the public?
I'm sorry, I did have one more. Sorry, I did have one more question for Stan. As a result of those familiarization tours, did you get any sense of what was positive in South Lake Tahoe that was drawing these people to doing a possible event, and what was lacking that might be holding them back from bringing a special event here?
Should I go ahead?
Sure.
Pretty much, Bob. Everything was positive. The negatives we deal with, and it's a significant one, and will ultimately impact the amount of events we can attract, is a lack of venues. I mean, we have the natural environment, but we really don't have quality, like Angela mentioned earlier, athletic facilities where we can host large tournaments. The tournament we're bringing in this summer, we're using the whole basin in Gardnerville to get it done. So venues is the biggest obstacle to production in our area. We just have to make the best use of those that we have. And hopefully we'll get to a point where we're saturated with events and those facilities are used every week.
Okay. All right. No other public comment?
B, nothing from you?
Then I am going to sum up a couple of things that I think council, we've a number of changes, or not changes, but additions to the strategic plan. But I think council requested 4 things going forward in terms of public involvement. Okay. The first one, Bruce and Hal, the suggestion of having a workshop on or something organized about the whole and meeting on that. Tom talked about free bus use, and we're going to hear about that in May. I would like to meet with I would like the council to meet with both of the chambers and figure out some of their strategic points going forward and how we can help each other. So maybe that's a workshop. And then Angela's already bringing the transportation plan. And then finally, this idea of council walking the business community. And maybe we can ask council later what their ideas on that are. So those are the things that we're bringing back to the public.
I also, in terms of editing to the business plan, the RPU, you want it highlighted more under the Fix and 50 initiative, a Beautify South Lake Tahoe program where we can maybe inspire our neighborhood service teams or our volunteer corps to get together and have like a real beautification day, maybe first day of spring, we can do that, first day of spring, but first day of summer maybe, plant flowers or something like that. On our e-news, you wanted to add things where council had some updates. Neighborhood service teams and community groups, you wanted to film like a question for council, bring that back. You wanted an update from Stan, but that was separate on recreation. Big Blue Bus Free Experiment. The signs and assess how we're doing on the signs. The legislative priorities, it's in this business plan, but you want to highlight a little bit more about what those issues are. The commission process, you want an update on that. It's probably part of a core service rather than an initiative, I would think. And the city manager agrees with that. And that's coming back, I think, in May. In Lakeview Commons, this organized play concept, and really have that more of a initiative. The budget, a little more user-friendly, tying our uses, sources, and revenues to those projects and having those laid out a little more clear. The consolidation of fire services, that discussion is in the business plan. You just want the idea that it's going to take a lot of staff time in there. In terms of fiscal sustainability, we discussed that interest-based bargaining or organizational participation in that recognition that we still have a ways to go in making sure that we're sustainable for the future on the fiscal side. The Tahoe toll idea we'll just talk about rather than put in the business plan. You already did that one, and I think that's what I had. Okay. And then
There was a comment made, and this is something I think we need to work with both chambers on, is the looks of our businesses from Highway 50. And perhaps we need some kind of get together with our chamber and come up with a plan, whether it's a new fresh coat of paint, replacing their sign, larger signs, better signs, memorial signs.
Neon, bright lights.
No, but I think
reader boards. We're going to go there.
Just look at.
No, just
Claire mentioned earlier Trout Creek. There's an example, and I know the city's notified Trout Creek, but it's an absolute disgrace how that property looks.
Well, we're having more cleanup days. Maybe what we'll do is specify what they're for.
Maybe it's a day we encourage through our chambers for our business to come out and put a fresh coat of paint on the place, or paint their fence, or redo their sign, or paint their sign. But somehow working with both chambers to improve the looks of our Highway 50 from curb appeal.
I could see that under that Beautify South Lake Tahoe Day or weekend.
Maybe it's landscaping. Maybe they have a planning day.
As soon as the sun comes out and stays. Okay, I'll put that under that. And then I wanted to address Mr. Kurzweiler's comment just in terms of the service sign. I think that came up in all of our wayfinding discussions. And for those of you who don't recall, we started the discussion on new wayfinding signs in 2007. Those have been finally approved by Caltrans, and now TahoeChamber.org is taking the lead to get those installed. They're in the spring this year. It's all done, all ready to go. Everything is for sure. It's coming out in spring this year. But the service sign, Caltrans, that's Caltrans Highway, and so if it wasn't a city street, that would be easy to do. But on the Caltrans highways, they don't really approve those kind of signs. But they under the Gateway Monument sign rule that they have, it could maybe fit there. And in terms of the grant going, the Business Facade Improvement Program grant going to service clubs, it can't do that. It has to be administered through the way the grant outlines are. So with that, I think I've captured everything. And I just want to leave council with that the staff really appreciates this business plan. This is unusual. When you go to your league conferences and you should talk about this business plan. Very few cities have it. They leave that vision on the shelf and they wonder why they never got there. Without a plan, you don't get to somewhere where you plan to go. So this plan implements your priorities. And council, I want you to know that staff really does appreciate this idea of where they're going. So when they bring you a staff report and they're excited about that program and they've talked about how it's relevant to the business plan, you can see when they have to go back and change it, a lot of times it's because they recognize this as your priority. So we've planned the work. Now we're going to work the plan. So thank you very much for the opportunity as well.
Nancy, would you be kind enough to create some sort of a page on the website that does exactly that, and each department can hit what the 5 priorities are and what they've done, because it's really valuable.
Okay, so we take this and we turn it into a department plan, so putting those on the website. Okay, sure.
And maybe one little step further, Nancy, we have Channel 21 airtime available.
Right.
And slides on that might be fantastic. People do watch that. I question why they watch it.
I think you watch it, too.
You
said you watched it.
Particularly
late at night.
I was
questioning you the other day.
There's a good opportunity to put it
Yeah.
on Channel 21, no
Yeah.
cost.
We could put this whole thing on there, maybe run some slides. Okay, and Susie's on
Bruce
department
has
runs
waited
that.
patiently while we've all talked over him. Bruce?
Sorry.
I just have to comment, and I know you were just carrying the message, but to suggest that we go back to talk about toll roads, if his hair is standing up, mine's falling out. Okay.
Mine thinks it's an idea that
It's a
time
way
has
of,
come.
it's a way
Come
of
and
controlling
passed
who comes into
twice.
the basin. We have a Highway 50 as a federal highway. We're going to put a gate across it. I mean, this controversy was well talked about
Oh, yeah.
20 years ago or more, and the population was against it. And I surely don't want to see something like this to put on the agenda because it'll distract everything else. We should have that as a special workshop by itself. It'd be fun.
Well, it should be noted we don't own the road, so we could not put a toll there. Caltrans could if they would like to put a toll road,
I
but
don't even
since
want to
we
plant the
don't own
seed.
the
I don't
road.
even want to plant the seed.
I would just suggest one thing. Go back and look at the study and the bureaucracy that had to be created with 9
remember
tolls
that.
around the basin, 24-hour toll takers, administration staff, and everything else, and it'll change your mind.
Do you know when that study was done?
10
10
when we
years,
reviewed it
maybe?
for the 5th time years ago.
I'll look for the study from years
Anyway,
ago and return that to council.
Anyway, that's
Technology's changed,
Different.
life's changed,
Yeah.
funding opportunities for roads, for public
No,
transit, VMT arguments.
I'll debate that with
Do
you.
I have council
How about
direction
we
to do
not
that?
debate it now, but what you were, as we talked about, we'll kind of let it be a little research project, and we'll figure out whether Tom and Bruce can
College
contribute
intern
that
can come do that, maybe.
Now, some
or-
more hair first, then we'll talk about it.
maybe Tom and I could be on the subcommittee on that issue. I don't know.
I think I vote for that right now.
And then we have the answer.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And moving on to the main event here, we are going to discuss special events and what that means to our town.
Well, I hope we're done with the ball jokes for a while. At least during the presentation. Nancy did a good job of highlighting the potential for economic impact on special events. And the city in the last year has been in a transitionary period, going from small local events and transitioning to economically driven events. And that's where we decided we'd start off slow with Snow Globe. And we learned a couple things from that effort. We certainly learned that there is a significant economic impact to the community. We hosted over 10,000 people for those 3 days, so that's 30,000 visitations. So we know the potential is there. Also, by listening to the community, we listened to some of the problems that we had and some of the mistakes we made. Certainly noise was an issue. And significantly, the number of people that were here in a down snow year proved to be an issue as well. So that's where these guidelines kind of evolved from. A couple weeks ago in the Parks and Recreation building, we invited everybody that had input on Snow Globe, either through email or voicemail, to a meeting, and we discussed these guidelines, and we discussed Snow Globe too. I think and the biggest message I tried to carry to them that day is that every event is not Snow Globe. You know, we're going to host a lot of events and very few on the scale of Snow Globe, unless we're very fortunate. And so these events are kind of more comprehensive than just dealing with the issues that came up on New Year's. They're going to be a guideline for eventual producers and local producers as far as what is the city's expectations as far as event production. And the first element we really kicked around is what is an event? I mean, is a softball tournament an event? Do we want to put these people through these comprehensive guidelines if they're going to hold a softball tournament here? And some larger events have very little significant impact on the community, and that's kind of what we've used as a definition of event, is what impacts is that event going to have on city services, what are the numbers are they going to provide, and small events can have those impacts, and impacts like hardcore baseball, where we're bringing in 280 teams over a 14-day period, will have very little impact on our community. There'll be no road closures. There'll be no they'll be spread out enough where there's not going to be a big concentration of people in one point. So that's why we gave a lot of thought to the definition, and the definition you have here is that it's we're going to try to determine the utilization and the impact on city services as the defining a large event versus an ongoing event. And we do have several events online for this summer, and one is that race at the lake that it's going to attract a lot of people, and it may create some parking issues and some transportation issues, but nothing to the extent that we experienced with Snow Globe. And so we're dealing with that event on kind of more of as a local, as more of a smaller type event, even though it's going to attract a large number of people, so it's going to have a minimal impact. So some of the things that we identified in this in these guidelines, and trying to determine what the impact on the community was going to be, is the impact on public safety, obviously, road closures. Small events can require a road closure and have significant impact. The city now has a community services event committee, which has representatives from police, community services, planning. So we review these events as they come, and then we determine what their significant impact may or may not be. And also, we'll start with the premise that an event that has the potential of 1,000 visits could be significant. Also in the event guidelines, you'll find guidelines that are somewhat comprehensive and not very detailed, and that's just because every event has its own personality and its own nature, and it allows staff discretion to deal with those things. But we did determine start times. One of the issues at Snow Globe was the length of time in the evening it went. We now have incorporated a 10 o'clock to 10 o'clock timeline for a major event. One thing that was really successful during Snow Globe was the transportation plan. I mean, they got 11,000 people out of there in 45 minutes on New Year's Eve. So we'll continue along those lines, and that will be an important element to the producer's plan. We did address the noise impact mitigation. I mentioned the 10 o'clock to 10 o'clock, which was the first and foremost. We also imposed a limit of 95 decibels, not to exceed 95 decibels for a measurable time of over 10 minutes. And that decibel level will be taken at the property line. That is even a more stringent noise restriction than is located or is found in the TRPA guideline. They'll also have to submit a vendor plan, basically the food, the beverage, the alcohol if they so desire, and the guidelines provide a permitting process both from the city business license to ABC board or the state of equalization, and they'll be required to go through all those steps. One thing that's really important to me as far as impact on the facilities are their signs, banners, and temporary structures. There's a lot of facilities or a lot of events such as the one that Cody even brought up about large tents and things on our golf course. Those would have potentially disastrous results if they staked those large tents into the ground. We did have to make accommodations for Snow Globe on the artificial turf at the community playfield, and those things can have residual impacts on the community for months to come. Obviously, there'll be a safety and security plan. And one thing that the committee pointed out at the meeting a couple weeks ago was they wanted us to emphasize the zero waste. And we've done that. And we've reminded the event producers through these guidelines of the city's commitment to providing Z-WES. A lot of the elements in the plan are pretty generic as far as the insurance requirements and reimbursement for city services. You'll find those in almost every city's event process. So the process basically starts off with a potential producer coming to my office, discussing the event, and we'll talk feasibility. Then we'll give him a copy of the application guidelines so that they know exactly what's expected of them and what they can expect of us, and then we'll graduate to the permitting process. Once we've gotten to that point, then we convene the City Services Special Events Committee and plan the event, determine city services, determine costs for the city services. You've noticed in here, too, that there's an opportunity to provide, that the producer must provide anywhere between a $5,000 and a $50,000 deposit based on what we determine the impacts may be. We kind of look at that as a fine in advance, so that we've got protection, especially on the larger events, so that we have recourse to not having to chase down the producer to get reimbursement. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Got a couple questions.
Who prepared this proposed guideline ordinance?
It was a combined staff effort.
Within the city?
Nancy Carey, myself, our staff.
Did you utilize any outside experts regarding event control issues?
Yes, we did. I mean, a lot of this is kind of a, we plagiarized several cities in developing this. We looked at some event application and guidelines that we liked, and we grabbed the best of the bunch. Victoria, Canada is in here. San Diego has some elements of this. Some things that I've done in other cities are incorporated in these.
How many other cities you looked at addressed the noise issue?
Most don't have. The only time the noise is going to be a significant issue is an outdoor musical event. But these constraints on the decibel rating at the property line, not to exceed a period of 10 minutes, are pretty restrictive.
Give me an example of how loud 95 decibels are. I mean, what was it? A noise of a bus or an airline, or what is it?
Well, to put it in perspective, the ambient noise levels in South Lake Tahoe are 55 decibels.
And how high were the decibels at the snow globe?
Higher.
Well, do you have any?
We never took them.
From the stage, over 100.
Well, it doesn't sound like 95 is much of a reduction from 100.
I think that the noise issues.
Too, and the snow globe issue wasn't as much a DBA issue as it was the sound of the bass, the reverberation. From the type of music they were performing, that was the critical impact. It literally caused shaking. It wasn't so much of a piercing noise as much of a shaking, a vibration, and would be addressed here. But as Standard indicated, 95 dBA is very restrictive. Most communities don't have any restrictions. They just rely upon generic language that it won't adversely affect the health or general welfare of the community. Well, what does that actually mean? There's no standards for that. Ours are very specific, and as Stan also mentioned, the current TRPA regulations are community noise levels based on a 24-hour cycle. So you could have a major event and blow the roof off the community for 4 or 5 hours, but as long as the average, which was measured over 24 hours, didn't exceed, I think it's 60 or 65 with TRP regulations, you're fine. The snow globe event did not violate the TRPA standard. This specifically relates to the noise being generated during the course of an event, so it's much more restricted than current language in the community or what other communities are doing nationally. The only communities we found that had these type of restrictive standards were Aspen, Colorado, and West Palm Beach, and both of those were at 100. Ours are lower.
Well, to go back to this issue, though, is, the comments I received after Snow Globe had nothing to do with the parking or circulation. And I have to say, I think all those issues were handled correctly and well. But the noise issue was not. And do we add in these guidelines as the kind of bass music or something that I don't want to see a repeat of this, what we had with Snow Globe. I want to see the events, but I can't believe that we can't control this issue a little more tighter. I'm not, I'll research it more, but I'm not convinced that the 95 is really enough of a reduction.
Well, give you an example. If we went out to monitor the summer concerts at the casinos, they all would exceed this. Yet are those events important to the economic vitality of this community? I would argue yes. Do they cause some disruption? Yeah, but if you keep them within the hours we propose, 10 to 10, I think people can tolerate that.
And
But
I think
are we
that's
going to
true
have
at
a
the-
church-like environment, 365? No. And that's the nature of special events. There is going to be some impact. We cannot mislead the public. There's not going to be some adverse impact, but I think we're trying to quantify the impact, control the impact, and mitigate the impact as best possible while still realizing the benefits of these events. I mean, we talked about economic development, the lack of prosperity in the community, the need for jobs. Well, as you well know, Snow Globe, as an example, had a tremendous fiscal impact at a time that was desperately needed during a winter of no snow. So we have to weigh those factors too.
And I am. Not only did I receive comments from people saying it was too noisy, and again, the vibration was discussed. Other people came up to me and said, boy, do we sure need that shot in the arm, and they were appreciative. And so there is a balance. I just want to make sure that we don't discount that issue again so much in the future. And I need to be convinced that the 95 decibels is adequate. I don't care what anybody else's standards are. This is our standards.
No,
and
that's-
I
yeah.
need to understand that better.
We concur with you, and we're sensitive to that, and I think that's why these are guidelines. These are subject to change. Let's try this and see what the results are, and if you want to come back and review and modify them, that's your prerogative. But I think when you look at this from a national perspective, these are very significant regulations over noise and events compared to other communities who have much more events and larger events than we have. Aspen is a good example. Aspen just hosted the X Games. Their standard is 100 dBA. They have major concerts and activities. They love the results of that, but does it create some adverse impact on some of the neighbors? Absolutely. But in your case here, you have the opportunity to come back and fine-tune this if you think it's too excessive.
Again, I do appreciate the fact that we're limiting the time. I think the time was the other aspect of this that got out of hand.
There's other ways we can control the sound too, which we didn't do at Snow Globe. I mean, we've consulted with some sound engineers since then. If we would have tweaked the direction of the stage, or if we would have created some sort of artificial sound barrier on the perimeter of the site, it was the megahertz that really killed us, and not the decibels. And we also have control in these guidelines to schedule the acts. They have to let us know who they're going to have in advance, and we can recognize those like Bass Nectar, who could, blow a hole in the wall.
The other thing is we could maybe limit speakers to 1 foot by 2 feet, and then that'll solve it.
Well, there'd still be.
So you're talking Simon and Garfunkel.
Tom?
I think, Bruce, what we see in this ordinance is lessons learned from Snow Globe addressed in here. The 10 to 10, for example, the decibel level. I was there, and Tony's right. It's the boom, boom on the bottom. If you had a kidney stone, there's a side effect here. You can get it taken care of. And by controlling the kind of music, I think is critical. A couple of questions I have on the operational. Is there a fee for this application?
No.
You're collecting a deposit. How does the deposit work?
We're just going to try to, once we go through the process of determining what the potential impact on the community is, we'll assess an appropriate deposit.
And then the deposit goes back if what happens, or doesn't go back if something happens?
If there's anything with cleanup, if there's any commitments that the producer made that he didn't follow through on, those are all reasons for us to retain a portion or if all of the deposit.
Okay, then the other question I have is, it says we're to reach out into the community. My question is, and it says 300 yards, right? Or feet, is it? We're going to reach out by getting a hold of the neighbors.
Yeah, it's 300 yards.
And how far out do we do that? Is it a month out? How did they do? Is it by mail? Is it going door to door? Whose responsibility is that? When do they do it?
During Snow Globe, we did it about within 1 week to 10 days out. And that's an item that we might want to consider.
So that'll be in the application
Yeah.
requirements, whether it's mail or knock on the door, or
30 days, right?
put a flyer on. And then The other one is the decibel level. Is there going to be somebody there to measure it during the event? I mean, how do we control that? And I know it's real hard because I must have called Nancy 10 times to ask them to turn the music down. Pretty hard to turn it down right in the middle of a concert without creating a riot.
Right.
So how do we control that?
Well,
Who measures it?
We'll have staff on site. Especially in a large event, we're going to have a police presence, we're going to have fire presence, we're going to have presence from my department. And so we'll have plenty of people there that can monitor the sound.
So my suggestion is everyone has a rehearsal. That's when you want to monitor it and control it at that time before you get to the event. Because trying to do it, and we were at the event for New Year's Eve, is virtually impossible when you got 10,000 people there. So my suggestion is somehow staff is there and have a rehearsal, measure it at that point, and then they can adjust it then for the actual concert.
At the sound check.
Right.
Right.
So that's all I had.
Excuse me, I just wanted to add that our notification procedures and these guidelines, Councilmember Davis, have been expanded to beyond 300 yards. It's what is determined by the Community Services Department as to what is needed.
It says 300 feet in the staff report.
That's the code.
Okay.
But if Stan has authorization through this to determine if a broader outreach is needed, they'll be required to do so.
So staff could do that.
Before we go, I just want to make it clear, we keep calling it an ordinance. They're only guidelines. They're not an ordinance. We're not going to adopt an ordinance. At least that's not the proposal. My second question is, we've got the guidelines in the application. I'm still not clear exactly what the permit process is and how we decide to issue it and what type of conditions we put on the permit.
Well, it's designed basically after what we do when we reserve a facility for use now, no matter what that use may be. Internally, we sign off on it after we go through the permitting process and the application process.
So even for large projects, we want to have a permit? I mean, we got them submitting all these reports, so I assume somebody's going to review their traffic.
Yeah, that's
how
what
they're going to handle traffic,
that's why
noise,
that's why we
everything.
formed the special events committee that's made up of representatives from each department.
So that committee will decide if their report is sufficient or not, and if they can meet those conditions in there, and if we want additional criteria in there.
Hal?
Yeah, I'm confused too. I was going to ask the same questions. I thought that there would be a permit issued of some kind. And I think two things. That permit should have a fee if for no other reason, just to cover staff time to prepare it. And that, I heard conflicting reports of Snow Globe. We had police presence there. We were not reimbursed for that police presence. I understood that they offered to reimburse us for the police presence. I would hope that when we're going through these guidelines, if indeed we need traffic control, crowd control, EMT services, anything, that we be reimbursed for those services. And so during this process, we assessed, are they going to need some public services in order to do this? And if so, we should be reimbursed.
I will say this, I agree with you, and in most cases, cities pay for producers to bring their event in, or they charge them 100% of city services, and that really takes you out to some degree of the competitive market in securing these events. So if we have the ability to subsidize city service to some degree, we'll be a lot more successful. And if the upfront cost to the producer is too prohibitive, we won't be successful in securing many events.
I guess I'm worried. I know the trickle-down theory that, okay, more people come, they spend more money, sales tax, but there's such a lag. If we're going to have to put out money at the time, and sometimes significant with overtime and everything, I'm wondering if that would be prohibitive. I mean, you have more experience than I do, but I just would like some in here that the cost for us putting it on is considered. And some analysis is done.
It's addressed in the guidelines, but we need to balance that. Could we be successful in securing a major concert again if 100% of the city services were charged out? Probably not. Or like in some experiences I've had with events like Hot August Nights and things like that, the city fronted those events $120,000 a year to stay there. So it's a competitive process, and ultimately when Reno balked at Hot August Nights, they took their show to Long Beach. So it's. I think there's some things we can do to help the producers, and there's some cost we have to charge.
Now, on Snow Globe, Tony, you mentioned regarding police, that was every hand was on deck anyway because of New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So it wasn't bringing extra people in.
Yeah, we had fixed expenses. But Stan's right. I mean, most communities, I just came from a community prior to coming here, we spent $2 million a year on hosting events and attracting events. Town of Vail, our competitor next door, spent even more than that. We are unique in that we have no monies for special events. We have to rely upon the goodwill and the entrepreneurial spirit of outside promoters to come in here and risk their capital. Snow Globe, for example, that was a $1.5 million event. City didn't put up that money. That was purely an investment and risk on the part of the promoter. So we're at a huge competitive disadvantage in most communities. So again, why we need guidelines, not hard and fast rules, and why we have to look at every event separately and distinctly and determine just how impactful is it going to be to the city, particularly economically, and that helps us determine what actions we should take.
What I don't want to see with this is that this de-incentivizes them. We need to incentivize them, not put up and I went through this with the Film Commission. We put up so many fees restrictions. Film Commission doesn't come up and film anymore for obvious reasons. So I just want to make sure it's an incentive, not a disincentive.
Mm-hmm. And we have to remember, too, and I told the committee this last week, or a couple weeks ago, Snow Globe is the exception. Most of these events will have a very small impact on our community negatively, but one positively in economic development.
Okay, Bruce, some more comments, or Angela? I'm sorry, Angela.
Couple of things, Dan. One, well done. This really covers it. I too am a little bit concerned that we don't have a permit being issued at some point in looking at it. So maybe in lieu of the permit coming, what is going to be issued? And I'm really thinking the big things, the snow globes, hopefully the bigger kinds of things we have coming in, even the air show, that's been here for a while, that really lays out our requirements, expectations, and restrictions. What is that's being, I'm imagining something will be issued to them. We've approved their event, it's going to go, but we're laying down some requirements, expectations, understandings. Is it really just going to be a letter, or what is it that is going to be issued?
And these guidelines, the producer, if it's deemed to be a significant event, they're going to have to submit a traffic plan,
right?
A security plan, which how many security people they're going to bring in. Snow Globe brought in 100, then we subsidized it with our staff, and so all those things have to be submitted and approved before anybody signs off.
And that's
on
just
an
what I'm getting at. I'm in the weeds a little, but I want to make sure because I'm feeling a sense here that there would be a little more comfort with having an ordinance that says, or a permit that it's really easy to go to in black and white and it's very consistent each time. So if we're not doing that, will it be you that's issuing all of that accepts reviews? I would imagine like parking and some of this is going to be multi-departmental in the approval. But where is it always going to come from in approving these large events?
That's why we created that special events committee made up of city staff, so that we meet to review these and make recommendations. And there's staff members from every department in there, and we cover everything from medical response time to road closures, everything. So collectively, we make that decision.
And I'm just weigh in on that as well. That they still will have to get a temporary activity permit, the regular permit.
So that'll do.
In addition, Patrick and I were speaking the other day that we might, in some cases, if it's a comprehensive event, and we'll use Snow Globe because that keeps coming up as an example. In this case, we would probably at this point we would enter into an agreement with them because we want everything in writing. But we want the flexibility to be able to say, okay, you need a temporary activity permit through the development services side, but maybe we need an agreement because this event became a big event. So if we had something similar to that, or if we did Snow Globe again, that's still what we think is a good idea, is an agreement. Nothing prohibits us from entering into the best kind of additional understandings that all parties sign off on. We all understand what time is. We all understand how much your deposit is and what we might pull from you if you go past 10 o'clock, etc.
Right. And I'm looking for that clarity, and also not only for us, but for the public to know, so that they feel they have a transparent process and they understand what we have negotiated on the community's behalf in terms of having that kind of protections in place for ourselves and the promoters. A second piece with this, I'll go back because I'm always the one who picks on our budget. What I'm hearing today is that we actually want, even though we don't have money in our budget to do, we actually do. And again, I think it would, in the sense that we are providing police overtime, fire overtime, people who are dedicated. It's not free money that's available to just give out for promoters and considerations. But one, I think this needs to go into our strategic plan as talking about finding a priority, even if we're only putting aside 50,000 or 100,000 that we make available for these events or key events for keeping them back. Frankly, I'd like to see Snow Globe back. We've learned a lot more to protect our community. It was a great boost. It was a great thing for attracting a new group. I just so support it coming back. So I hope it is coming back, especially with what we've learned and what we know how to apply to the event. But we need to start looking at what we're putting into our budget and what we have and creating it as a line item, even if it's only the in-kind things we're doing and we're already really spending is what I'm hearing. So it exists. And I think we need to start creating a mindset that it exists and we're building it. Just like we do with maintenance and capital outlay and investment and all those things that we don't treat respectfully. The last thing I wanted to look at, a couple of other just specifics on it, ticket sales issues. One of the things that I felt like was a lesson learned from Snow Globe we may not be able to improve, but a piece that got lost for us in Snow Globe compared to the more traditional Harrah's and Harvey's concerts and all the things that go on is that the ticket sales were all conducted online, and because it was all done online, there was no sales tax to be captured for us, and that there was no even at the gate sales that really happened. Everything, if you wanted it, no, is that not true?
So that part isn't correct. So the online sales, you're correct. But the sales on site, whatever that is, they're still tabulating that revenue, and they will pay the normal business.
So they
and
did
profession
actually do.
certificate.
My understanding was that they did it on site. They basically told everybody, go onto Safari on your iPhone, and go buy your ticket, and we'll
If it
scan
was
it right
done
there.
online. Done online.
Yeah. So one, it's I would love to see if there's an incentive that we could do with some. I know we don't have a lot of control of it, but that's such a sad little piece of revenue that we lost. And what it did too with our community is, when people tell me they didn't even know it was coming, it's because they were looking to see these things advertised online. They didn't understand how powerful social media is for concerts. So I don't know if there's a way to boost what we can be getting in the sales tax revenue, whether it's from the tickets or what's going on. But I noticed you're addressing it, especially with the vendors and what's happening, to really look at that for closing where we're bleeding a little with it. I understand we want to be real collaborative with the promoters that come in, but we really need to look at that opportunity for what we're getting.
Yeah, we can look at that as a potential surcharge, but you could remember for Snow Globe as an example, they were selling tickets in waves. They capitated a number of tickets at different waves. They started with $100. When that sold out, which sold out in 10 minutes, they moved to the next wave, which was $125, and they stair-stepped their way up. So the week of the concert, tickets were going up to $175, $180. They're very price sensitive. I mean, for Kids City to spend that kind of money is significant. So any add-on that a city lays is creating a further disincentive for people to buy the ticket. So there's a real catch-22 on just how much we can expect to get from the ticket sales when the prices are that high. But we make our money, as you well know, from TOT and the sales tax. There was a tremendous impact on our lodges and our restaurants and our retail.
Can't we also capture an attendance fee? In other words, rather than trying to attach it to the ticket, is it not possible, since we're pretty well regulated on what the estimated attendance is, to ask for a small,
That would do. I mean, look at if you went through the regular ticket sellers, they would put their $4.95 charge on every ticket that you get for going through them. So if it's going straight through the promoter, I don't want to make it more expensive, but kids are used to it. It's the face price is not what you end up paying.
That's exactly why they don't go through ticket services. They're preempting them by doing online sales directly from their sources.
Okay.
So the ticket masters of the world are circumvented. People are tired of those add-on fees.
Right.
They're quite significant. So by buying directly through the promoter, which is what they do, they're avoiding all those additional costs.
And this may be micromanaging a small piece that really doesn't help us a lot. But I think that was a piece of what we need to do. And part of it is because that kind of an earmark could go straight into creating an events pot that we have. And I'm looking at trying to create a nexus in some of what we're getting and understanding we do have to do in-kind services, and it's the reality of the world out there and what it costs to do business and to get it going. But if Snow Globe's coming back for a second and a third and a fourth time, we're starting to create that relationship with them to where something that can help us help them to make things work better, or more pairing with lodging opportunities. I just think there's some ways to
No, we can look at
improve
that.
this for us.
In my past experience, the most significant revenue source, it wasn't for Snow Globe, but it would be for most music events, is beverage concessions. We control that. We would make enormous amounts of money.
Well, that'd be
so
good.
that's something we could try to negotiate with a promoter, is having exclusive rights to provide all the alcoholic beverages.
Right. The other thing I want to just hit on last was in looking at with the deposit and the cost, because really there is a difference between Snow Globe and some of these other events. And I'm thinking about a lot of the sports events that come in, that they're making money, but they're not necessarily hugely profitable. I mean, like the women's race in the fall is not, Iron Girl is not. They've got their sponsors in doing it, but you're looking at some things where there is that they're on the sliding scale from the nonprofit to the hugely profitable private enterprise or private or even nonprofit that's doing it and making a fortune on the Susan G. Komen races, make them a huge amount of races or dollars. So I'm looking at those dollars charged. It feels like it's a two-part thing on the sliding scale. One is the size of your event, and also I think there's still that I don't want to price out. Like sitting on the board of the Ed Foundation that's trying to start putting on institutes and activities that are coming and doing it, that are barely just kind of keeping their head above water in putting this on to create a fundraising opportunity for themselves that would qualify for these special events potentially.
That's a very valid concern. That's why, as Stan has mentioned here, there's not a hard and fast fee. There's a range, and it's negotiable. And we got to look at every event, every promoter, what their financial resources are, determine what that fee should be.
So here's
And
my
you're
last
absolutely right.
question. Not understanding the legalities, but knowing, for instance, with the collectives, Oakland was charging a huge fee for the collectives because they has identified them as being a high-end clientele that could afford to pay a large fee to be able to get their permits. And I know it's slightly different, but where there is this instance where you cannot charge a fee based on what you think the market will bear, there's got to be a fairness to it and a nexus to it. So are we in any danger with this fee then, with looking at these two sliding scale issues with a nexus issue and ending up in court or somewhere else challenged?
I believe so. No.
Yeah, we'd have to look carefully at it, but I believe we could craft it in such a way that we would not be.
Okay.
Bruce.
Just a couple other comments. I, for one, kind of agree with Tony on this. I don't want to add too many fees or conditions, like monetary conditions, to discourage applicants, and so that's important to me, to make sure that we have these events. One of the criteria about whether they fall under the guidelines is whether they will cause more than 1,000 visitors. But I could foresee some of these events that are low impact, that have a lot more than 1,000 visitors, and that really don't need a special event permit. So I don't know if that figure is, again, these are guidelines, but I don't know whether that figure is the best figure. The only thing else I would like to add in the guidelines, though, is that when a special event application has been submitted, that the city council gets an immediate copy of those applicants, so that we know what's coming down the line.
You're just talking about the major events, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't want the...
And,
yeah.
No, I don't want to.
Yeah, and I think it's important, too, somehow in the process, we coordinate with the LTVA and the chambers to make sure we're not having an event stepping on another event.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm sorry, there's one other thing. Is the timing. Do we need a special events, let's say, in the first 3 weeks of August? Probably not.
Absolutely.
No. Well, but generally, the more of the slower periods in the summer would be more ideal, because that's when we're going to make the extra money for the community. It just seems to me that you might look at timing. I don't know if you agree with me on that, but I think it might be something you want to focus on. I mean, having a major event on Labor Day when you have the fireworks and everything else, do you really want that competition?
Absolutely. Labor Day is not setting the world on fire anymore.
Well,
occupancy.
Well,
Unfortunately, we could use it.
Yeah.
Okay. Couple of comments as well. I think that the noise requirements, frankly, while they are very generous to the residents, are pretty restrictive, and I would like to see whether or not, I mean, you all have researched it, and I trust your good judgment, but you know, I do want to hear public input on that. The intent is not to rock the neighborhood, but I think the other part of this intent is that we are making a very affirmative response that we want special events, including rock concerts, that this is important for us. And so I, think that I'd like to hear more public opinion. I'm also kind of, this notification of residents, frankly, I know it's not established in stone, but one of the ideas I'm thinking is that at some point, because we have so many second homeowners, perhaps we can ask people to sign up for the texting notification as opposed to forcing somebody to have to run a bunch of ads and doing a direct mail. Is there any nexus to informing people electronically? And finally, I do agree with Angela, and I do believe that if we are trying to create special events as a boon to this city, and we need to have, I think it should be, and it doesn't need to be high, but an attendance tack on that essentially is based on the number of people here or the number of participants. It does not have to be extensive, but I think, there are a lot of folks in this town who are making money on special events, and I think it's important that if the community is put in the situation of having to pay for them, that they also benefit to some extent. So other than that, I think you guys did an amazing job. Any more comments for council before I open it up to the public? Okay. I have Robert Niedermeyer.
Robert Niedermeyer again. I just wanted to thank Stan for looking into those professional acoustic analysts and companies. You say you're short on venues. They may be able to help you, since this is a long-range plan, to come up with some way to make venues acceptable because of the professional advice that they can offer you. And the DBAs, I don't think that's an arithmetic scale. It goes up kind of geometrically, so it's 100 could be a significant difference than 95. So I'm glad to see that 95 decibel range in there. I had a question during our workshop. There was an exception for snow globe as far as the hours. Is this still foreseen for the New Year's Eve concert?
I would imagine that if these guidelines are adopted, we would adhere to them.
Okay. And it mentions property line. Again, since Snow Globe was an example we have, would that be, for instance, the fenced perimeter of the JPA fields? And that's where it would be measured, I assume? Oh, okay. So it's beyond... Well, I thought their property actually went all the way across the meadow to the back fences on O'Malley. Rather than the permitted site where they're actually having the event. Well, I definitely like that changed, because that would mean that 95 dBA would be at my back fence. Let's see. Okay. And you do have a deposit because of possibly some impacts, for instance, trash. And I noticed a number of people during our workshop emphasized the fact that the trash went beyond the property line for the event. And is there any way to measure the trash that event might have contributed to outside the property line, and ask the promoter to give you some compensation for cleaning that up? I think that's it. Thank you.
Just to comment on that, have we explored whether New Year's is an exception?
I think it's negotiable. The Snow Globe, for example, just had an event back in Colorado, and based on their prior experiences, they restricted their time. It wasn't New Year's Eve, but they restricted them to 10 o'clock. In fact, the major act, Face Nectar, once again, was restricted to start at 7:30, so they're amenable to that. And everything's negotiable. If we did make an exception to these guidelines, we would have to come back to the city council.
Well, the only reason I'm saying so is because one of the reasons that Snow Globe was successful is that it took the pressure off State Line, during the ramp-up period. So I would at least entertain that be something.
An exception not for Snow Globe, but just for New Year's Eve, then the event could go to 12:30, for example, only on New Year's Eve. That'd be the exception.
Okay.
Bruce, think of 95 decibel as when an attorney loses his case. That's a 95 decibel level.
Experienced it.
And 100 is when they win the case.
Yeah. Okay. Other public comment. I know we have something that's going to be read into the record. Other public comment? B?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. B. Gorman from Tahoe Chamber. I, too, would like to echo congratulations on, I think, a tremendous amount of work. And I'll probably be a little scattered here, so my apologies. I just have some comments and some questions. And one was around the process. So my first question is timing of application. How far in advance will the application be required? How will we handle it for this summer in particular? And then I'm not clear, and since we get lots of these phone calls in my office, I'd like to be, on the temporary activity permit through the redevelopment or through Parks and Rec. So who will this actually reside with, and how long will it take? Will a TRPA permit still be required? My understanding to date is we have an MOU with the city and the TRPA, so that's not required. Will anything change there? So those are just some questions that I have. And then I do want to make some comments in regards to incentive versus disincentive. Some of you may know and some of you may not. I have about 25 years in the special events business, so I feel a little bit qualified to comment on this. And I have to concur completely with Tony. We have to provide an incentive. Most events don't make money, particularly not in the first 3 to 5 years. And if we start slapping on, we're going to charge an attendance this, and we're going to have a fee over here, and we're going to have another fee over here, we can just kiss these events goodbye. They will go elsewhere. I can tell you on a very small level, a little sample, the Sierra event we do, people come up and they say, so where are the proceeds going? What nonprofit is benefiting from this? And I look at them and I go, you're looking at $30,000 worth of tents and infrastructure. People have no idea how expensive events are. So I would just really caution that, if that's something we can make happen 3 years from now, 5 years from now, then maybe we revisit it. But I really don't want to see us come out the gate just, I think it will hurt us. I'd also like to suggest you look at economic development impact studies around special events. This is pretty status quo in most communities when they do special events. We didn't do that around Snow Globe. We put that together quickly. We have time to think about it now for the future. They're not expensive. They bring a team in of about 3 to 5 people. They spend 2 or 3 days here, and you have a report back within several weeks, and you know what the impact was. And I think that will help guide you as you make future decisions in regards to this. I'd like to refer to Councilmember Swanson's comment on the fees. I, too, am concerned with the fees you're looking at, and would propose that you perhaps look at a $2,500 base that is maybe for nonprofits, and that would be a way for you to kind of quantify that. For me, I was able to think of a number of events that are being run by nonprofits in our community that currently exist. They are revenue generators for the community. They may not bring in huge amounts of people, but there's a lot of them out there, and for them to have to pull out of their budget $5,000 or $10,000 could be challenging for them. So I just want us to be aware of that.
$2,500 could be for some small.
Agreed, but I also understand your need to have some protection on the other side. So I think you have to balance those two, and I get that. I also have some concerns about the attendance figure. I think 1,000 people spread out over an event of several hours or a whole day is a very small number of people and is likely to have little to no impact on the community, and I think that that number needs to be increased. I would propose 2,000 to 2,500 as the lowest that I would be comfortable going with. I wanted to compliment you on the zero waste, and I assume that we will promote South Tahoe refuse in regards to that. And I also, since these are guidelines and not an ordinance, wanted to just propose some consideration of the concept of what our strategic goals are as a region. We've said we're recreation, we've said we're geotourism, we've said we're arts and culture. We have a variety of things that we've said are our identity, and certainly entertainment is a very large part of that. I think it would be helpful to keep those goals in mind when looking at what events we do bring into our community. I also wanted to ask a question, and this is probably for you, Hillary. The artist booth equation has come up in regards to special events in the past, and I had understood that it was going to be addressed when we went through this process. We have a limit on the number of artist booths that can be at an event right now, and I just wanted to know if we were going to work on expanding that. And in particular, I'd like to see it expanded, but only to include local regional artists. I think this is the rub. I was reading the article in the paper from when I was gone about your approval of the Arts Village or the Craft Village. And I was disappointed not to see any mention that these would be regional artisans. And I think this again goes back to, we say we want to promote who we are, we have to walk that talk. So I just wanted to get that back out. And last but not least, I'm pleased to see there's a committee. I would recommend that the council look at adding a private citizen to that committee, and in particular, someone from the LTVA. And I haven't asked Carol before I put that before you, so she might not agree. But I think that part of your issue is the transparency and the communication out to the community. And if you had someone who at least was brought in for a part of those discussions, then you could solve part of that. Because I think the coordination of dates is a huge issue. It comes up all the time in our community. And we really do want to be strategic in our dates. Coordination of promotion. Promoters are going to need that kind of help. And coordination of the business awareness, their participation, and the benefits that they can leverage from these events. We did not do a good job of that with Snow Globe. We know that. We can do better. We did it around Amgen, and the Amgen model needs to be taken and expanded and enhanced and utilized going forward, or why else are we bringing these here? If we're not going to work with our businesses and coach them on how to leverage and take advantage of these events, we might as well not go through the exercise. So that's my reason for asking for a private person to be on that committee or to somehow be engaged in communication. If that's not the right model, I just don't want that to fall by the wayside.
I think Beat brings up one good point we need to talk about is, when does this take effect? As you know, we have many events already on the books for the summer, from bicycle marathons to Hot August Nights to the July 4th fireworks. I sure don't want to jeopardize though and put those people through a whole bunch of red tape that they've already planned for. The celebrity golf, even though it's mainly on Nevada, but impacts California. So when would this take effect?
Well, go ahead, Stan.
Oh, I was just going to say the guidelines would go into effect upon your approval or adoption.
What's the feeling of the council?
Why don't we finish public comment and then we'll bring it back for
But
discussion.
I would also state, if an event has already been approved, they would be grandfathered. But going forward, if events haven't been screened and approved, then these guidelines would apply. And, within due course, all events would be subject to these guidelines. And I think we do communicate with Carol, but we have no issues with including her in that process. And our application, there is no strict deadline. It's a rolling admissions type of process, because the nature of who we're dealing with, entrepreneurs, they show up, they have an idea, they need to get pretty quick turnaround. They can't wait for weeks or months to be told whether they can do something or not. I had a field day when I was in Beaver Creek picking off other events because they were subject to excessive government regulation, and I didn't have any. I could strike deals in an hour where they had to wait months. So we need to take advantage of moving swiftly with these entrepreneurs. And so we'll have a rolling application process. We can constitute our committee in a matter of minutes, if not hours, and we can certainly be on the phone with Carol to coordinate dates and impacts and lodging, things of that nature. So I think those are all good ideas, and I would just, underscore B's concern that we will look at each event, and if we can trigger some sort of a fee or a monetary return.
Tony, let's bring it back, and we'll when council discuss it.
We'll try that.
Get the rest of public comment. Is there any other members of the public who wish to comment? Cody? Because there's going to be lots to talk about.
Cody Baskin. To quickly note on kind of what Tony was speaking of, I've been kind of with Tony talking about putting an event on since August, and things were somewhat moving forward, and then since Snow Globe we've been halted till about 3 or 4 weeks ago. This workshop happened and the process somewhat started to roll again, but for instance, I since August have been proposing the summer solstice weekend, which is 80 days from now, and have talked to a few council members, and at this point 80 days to production, a first time event, is really not doable. So I've got to now completely reroute my entire dates, and that is from everybody from talent agencies to producers that I'm trying to work with. It makes it very challenging when you're set on a date and you've been working on a date, and now we have to move it back simply because we've been waiting on these guidelines, which is an understandable thing because of the complaints that came out of Snow Globe. Furthermore, on the guidelines, I was part of the public forum and for the most part agree with the settings of the guidelines. The one major issue, and really I didn't even realize as we were going through this public forum of how much of a major issue is the 95 dBA. Most talent agencies will not sign a contract if that is accepted or put into use by the city. A sound engineer and a producer do not want to be limited by a city government of how they're going to produce a festival. And a lot of the DBA stuff really comes down to attendance. Once you start getting up into the larger attendance, you've got to get over 100 dBA for people in the back of the field to be able to hear it as if they were at the front of the field. And a proper sound engineer knows those levels, and we could get to come here. But the city, in my mind, doesn't have a whole lot of business or expertise to put that forward, and really, what kind of instruments are qualified to make the judgments, and where. So I think really the complaints, I think, will be handled with the time restrictions that the guidelines sets out, which is 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. I think most of the complaints, if we end the stage at 10 o'clock p.m., are going to be alleviated. I don't think we're going to have any of the complaints if we end the show at 10 o'clock. So I would really urge the council to not pass these guidelines with a decibel level rating. And I really, when we went through that public forum again, I didn't realize how major of a thing that was until after there. And I've been speaking with producers. The producers that produced the Harrah's event, for instance, said if they pass that guideline, we're not even in to come in to help you produce an event, because that's just. But they're producing an event over at Harrah's that Douglas County does not put a decibel time, restriction, and we have no complaints on those events, as they happen.
We get complaints.
Well, yes, but I mean, that's just going to be
Cody,
what it is.
I know when I did entertainment down in the casinos, we had a strict OSHA decibel level in the showroom, and I remember they used to come up. I don't know if they still do anymore, but they would take a sound check, and we got cited a few times, mainly for staff that has to be there all the time, not necessarily the guests, but for both. So
Right.
I'm not sure what role OSHA plays in more, and whether it's outdoor or indoor only.
From what I know, it's the OSHA and the federal guidelines are 120 decibels. That's for airports. That's for every different kind of So it would be under. It would definitely be under 120 decibels. But that's a federal OSHA, like you said, OSHA restriction. To note on it, I know I've spoken with a few of you on an event that I'm trying to produce and would like to produce named Rock the Lake, and I've proposed to use the Bijou Golf Course and gotten different responses from that, and I understand, being a golf course, there's definitely concern that, the damage that could be done there. The main reason in my proposing of using that space is because there's really nowhere in this entire basin that we could have a gathering of that size that would hold that amount of people. And it sits right in the center of South Lake Tahoe. It's an amazing layout for an event, and I do understand the concerns of the grass and the sod and all these kind of things, but you've got to take into consideration, for instance, the celebrity golf tournament that happens on Edgewood Golf Course and the fact that they walk 80,000 people over the weekend all across that golf course. And I understand there's pathways, but they also set up tents and they set up every other part of it, and if it's done right with the right amount of respect, it can be done without major damage. And I really feel that we need to take that into consideration. There is no way that we can bring the talent and that we would like to bring to town if we can't get a capacity over 7,000 people, which right now that's the outdoor amphitheater is 7,000 people, and it really limits a producer's ability to bring major headlining talent. I mean, you're talking if we could, though, use the golf course and we could get our capacity numbers up there, we could be looking at events like Outside Lands that is done in San Francisco that attracts 80,000, 100,000 people every year and is done with great respect to Golden Gate Park. And if you notice, their grass, Speedway Meadows is still as grassy as it was 25 years ago. And the difference of doing the event in a grassy golf course or meadow compared to a parking lot is that you can walk out with your family, lay out a blanket. You're spending 10 hours on grass and not pavement over 3 days is a major, major thing. So I just urge the council to please look into that and take consideration into that. And I really urge through this process that, for me as somebody that's trying to make this happen, we can streamline the letter of intent or the permit process. Because right now, without either one of those things, no producer, everybody is pretty much like, once you get those things in your hand, come to us, we'll fund it, come to us, we'll jump online producing it. But with the city not willing to offer that up to this point, it's been kind of a frustrating issue. And so now I'm proposing to move my event to Labor Day weekend instead of the summer solstice weekend, at least for this year to come. So.
Okay, thanks, Cody.
Yeah.
Joanne.
I'll be quick because I know it's getting late. First, as owner of Golden Bear Events, I'd like to say thank you to the city staff. I know this isn't an easy process, but I do appreciate them attempting to streamline it. The one thing I would ask that the council revisit is the limitation on sites for the number of events that they can hold in 1 year. We have limited sites that are really good for special events, and I can understand why you wouldn't want to have 12 craft fairs on the same site in one year. But, for example, we were looking at Western Days at the middle school, and they already have 4 craft sites booked there. So in order to do Western Days there, which is a completely different type of event, which could benefit the town if it was more visible, they would have to let go of one of their craft fairs. So if you could just think about that possibly restructuring that to maybe limit the type of events on sites and letting us bring more here and let those property owners benefit as well. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Cindy.
Thank you for letting me speak. Cindy Archer, 1203 O'Malley Drive. And I've heard, all the comments. I certainly can understand that this has been a very thoughtful process, and I appreciate, as a person in the community who was affected significantly by the snow globe, I appreciate being involved in the community meeting. I just would urge that because this community has residential areas that have not been used to being impacted by having special events right around them. When you're thinking Bijou Golf Course, you think of all those neighborhoods, and also with the snow globe, all the neighborhoods that were affected. So I would just encourage you not to drop any kind of a specific decibel guideline from these events so that there can be some way of measuring the impact to the neighborhoods so that it could be more accepting. So I would appreciate you keeping those limits of the decibel levels in your guidelines. Thank you.
Any other members of the public want to speak to this issue?
Ken Kurtzleiter. I got to agree with Cody on the megahertz and the decibels and everything else, that I think it'll cure itself with the 10 to 10 hours, because there's always going to be people who complain about the noise or anything. I mean, I heard it out in Myers, but, you know, I think the snow globe was a good thing for the community, and I think the noise issue will cure itself in between the hours 10 to 10. Tony mentioned that it wasn't the decibels that was the problem, it was the megahertz. And in your policies, you're going to be talking about decibels. In your policies, you're also talking about 300 yards versus 300 feet. But in the policy, it only mentions decibels and 300 feet. When you're going to enforce something or enforce a guideline, you can't add to it the day of the event. You need to be specific. You need to specify whether it's megahertz or decibels, whether it's 300 yards or 300 feet. Would someone who can be making a final decision will be on site, and I'm specifically speaking of Snow Globe, because during that course of time, most of the city leaders were gone during that event. So if someone who's going to be there to make a decision on the decibels and everything else, is someone going to actually be there to make a decision? I don't know whether it would be Stan or not, or a representative, but it would have to be someone who would have to make a final decision, as, like I said, most of the city leaders are gone during the holidays. I got mixed reactions on the tax revenue for the ticket sales and everything. Yeah, I'd like to see, you know, tax come in to the city through the tax on the ticket sales, but you know, I don't think that I agree with Tony and B on about the fees imposed on the ticket sales. One way to get around that is we could just invoke the same item number 1010 that was in the Park Avenue project with concerns for ticket sales at the gondola, where it said that historically ticket sales have occurred outside the city limits, so we're not going to tax Heavenly or whoever owns the gondola on ticket sales. You could change that to internet ticket sales have historically not been taxed, so we don't need to tax those guys. Because like Tony said, if we continually tax people, they're not going to come up here. And I've got mixed feelings on that, because I feel we should tax the ticket sales like the gondola. But then again, if we keep taxing everybody to death, they're not going to come up here. B had mentioned a private citizen or someone from the LTVA to be on a committee to talk about these events and everything. And I would have to take exception with that. If you're going to have a private citizen on that, I think you should have a private citizen, not someone who is an LTVA spokesperson or someone who works for LTVA or is involved in LTVA. That's not a private citizen. That's someone who's looking out for LTVA interests. So I think that I think she's right in that you should have a private citizen, but it should be a private citizen. As far as a comment on the mixed reactions, as far as tax revenue that came in during the snow globe, that's got mixed reactions. I talked with almost every business around the surrounding area from the Y all the way to State Line. And the only people that actually made any money off the tax and everything was basically the restaurants. And they came in, they were busy for a day or so, and then they weren't. As far as lodging, most of the kids slept in their cars. And as far as spending money to generate a tax for the city, the only ones that really got the tax was the casinos, because they, as immediately as Snow Globe was over, everybody went to the casinos for the all-night party. So there was really no money spent in town other than at the marijuana collectives, who don't pay taxes anyway, and liquor sales. So there was revenue brought in, but I don't believe it was as great as it could have been. Thank you. On the special events guideline, page 5, item Q, under waste management environment, it's got down in the second paragraph of that, it states that the event promoters will be required to move all the trash and empty public garbage bins in normal course of duties. It's the responsibility of the event organizer to make arrangements for waste removal and the pickup and haul away of any additional litter and refuse that is due specifically to their event and those attending it using South Tahoe refuse. I would like to, and just a suggestion, I would like to remove the South Tahoe refuse because there are other cleanup companies in town that have roll-off bins and everything, and this is pretty much telling the promoters, whoever comes here, that they have to use South Tahoe refuse, and that takes away from the other contractors in town as far as giving some of the business to them. So South Tahoe refuse is more than happy. I'm more than happy to have them do the work and everything, but I think that should be taken off because that's the city promoting one company. Thank you.
Okay. Other members of the public? I understand that we have one that's going to be read into the record. Is that right, Sue?
Very short. It's from Catherine Whalen on Cape Horn Road. Reads, I am concerned that the sound for outdoor concerts needs to stop at 10 p.m. and cannot be so loud as to be heard inside one's home with doors and windows shut. I am concerned about overflow garbage in our meadows and fields. I am concerned about fire concerns. I am concerned about property values being decreased due to the noise. That's it.
Okay, any other members of the public? Then I will bring it back to council. And Tony, I cut you off. I'm sorry. Do you want me to go through specific things
No,
that
I
you
suggest
mentioned, or do you want to?
we wrote down all the proposed suggestions. I would suggest that we incorporate them as revision. We bring you back the guidelines on the 17th, and you can see firsthand the things we're going to reincorporate and revise. But I think we've got a good, comprehensive list of issues to make it a better set of guidelines.
Well, let me just go through the list to get some consensus. This fees for special events, I am absolutely willing to back off on, unless, and maybe look at it if event has been established for 3 years or more in the town. Is that?
I'm with you.
Here's an example of the question I had. The Spirit Parade you want to do on Thursday, May 17th, they don't have $2,500. For the fees, yeah. I mean, it's a nonprofit. It's a very loose, it's a bunch of guys on bicycles. So would that affect them? So I don't want to discourage this kind of events.
Wouldn't that be up to the Special Events Commission?
Yeah, that's my question. Would you be in a position to waive those?
Yeah, the deposit's optional anyway. It says
Okay.
it may be between these amounts of money, but
Or maybe nothing.
maybe nothing.
Okay.
But the attendance fee we can waive off for?
I would love to have it in our consciousness as we look at it, but it can only be considered commensurate with what's going on or where it goes, or in line with any giving or something that the group wants to do. For instance, if Snow Globe didn't want to necessarily give us money but was willing to put a $1 fee per ticket on that would go to feeding the poor in the community, local charity or something, that'd be another way of getting some payback into the community. So if we could just leave that flexibility in to look at where it is, but I agree with you, Claire. It sounds like we're learning we need to wait until some events mature. And we're really looking at the big rock concerts, or those big kind of events.
Economic development studies around a special event was something B brought up. Do we want to maybe do that for 2 events a year, 2 big events a year, and just kind of?
It's pretty hard to measure. For example, Snow Globe did have an impact on a lot of local businesses. Go talk to Sprouts. They had the best New Year's they ever had. I talked to folks at Denny's. They had, and it was all Snow Globe people, they said. So how do we measure it, and how much staff time is it going to take to do that?
We can look into that. I mean, I've done market studies and economic impact studies, but again, it's going to be subject to talking to the promoters because we don't, again, have the money for it. It can range anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000. We'd have to negotiate that. On a big event, they might be able to absorb that, but not for the standard events.
Could we ask B? It looks like B wants to weigh in on this, if that's all right.
So the economic impact studies, typically they bring in a team, like I said, it might be 2 or 3 people, it might be 5. Obviously, Tony's done this before too, and they interview folks at the event. So it's not done the way, for instance, I did a study for you afterwards where I sent the survey out to the business owners, and we absolutely saw economic impact from Snow Globe, no question about it. But they go on site, and Heavenly does a similar thing during the winter. Carl Robato does one for during the summer concert series. He does a couple of evenings, so it helps us assess how many nights people are staying, how much they say that they're going to spend on lodging while they're here, and how much shopping they do, and how much they think they're spending on food and beverage while they're here. And it's a pretty standard practice in the special events world. So,
would you be willing to do that for a couple of events for us?
I love how you put people on the spot. We could talk about it, Tom. We could definitely talk about it. I would. I mean, that's not our core competency, and I'm always hesitant to. Yeah, exactly. So.
Again, we don't have the money, but we can certainly try to negotiate that on a big event.
Yeah.
We'll absorb that.
You know, and we could perhaps partner on the cost of doing it. I'm reluctant to say we would do it because I think it needs to be people who are experts in doing it. So.
I thought you were volunteering there, so I was a little confused.
B also brought up increasing the attendance numbers to 2,000 to 2,500.
That sounds reasonable, especially either that or you have to look at how long the event lasts for the expected attendance. You know, 2,500 people during an 8-hour or 4-hour period is really different than a 1-hour event with 1,000.
We're going to come back and make revisions in the future. So we can start with that as a trigger point.
Expanding the artist booth to include a local and regional artist. Any appetite to re-explore that or thoughts on that?
Well,
we don't have to specify in the guidelines.
I was going to say, what would stop them from doing that anyway?
I know there's a limit on number of arts and crafts there, so I'm not familiar with any type of city regulations regulating the number of actual booths. We don't certainly do it in these guidelines.
Okay.
I can speak to that. There is a separate, we're kind of talking about two different things here. There's the temporary activity requirements that come from the TRPA code, and we have an MOU with them to approve and permit temporary activities of all sizes. Separate from that, specifically for arts and crafts shows, the city adopted an ordinance that has very specific regulations on the arts and crafts shows, and my understanding of the history of that is that at one time there was some very vocal people in the community on both sides of the issue related to whether we have arts and crafts shows in the city, and that's why those specific regulations were established. They limit the numbers of craft shows every year. They limit the locations that those can be in. We have had several requests to relook at that, and we've been looking at some draft language, which includes the provision that for other types of events, they're only limited to, I believe it's 7 arts and crafts booths. Otherwise, they become an arts and crafts fair, and they fall under all these other regulations. So my gut feeling is that if the council would like to revisit the arts and crafts fair ordinance, that it will be probably there will be a lot of public input on both sides of the issue, and will be a pretty extensive process here in front of the city council. Whether you want to do a workshop on it or something, I'm not sure, but yeah. You know, it's one of those things that, you know, we can dive into, but once we dive into, it's probably going to take a significant amount of time and work and public input to revise those arts and crafts fair regulations. But those are separate from the temporary activities. They are related in that a temporary activity can only have a certain number of craft booths before they become an arts and crafts fair.
At this point, is there any appetite to revisit this at all?
Craft fairs? No, I've been there.
We're done craft and craft fairs, aren't we? Okay, all right. I was just going to go through the list. Did you want to add something?
Well, list. One of my biggest concerns was some uniformity in the permit. If it's a temporary activity permit, fine, but whatever this permit is and the conditions of it are a public document and everybody knows about it. one thing I learned from Snow Globe is I didn't realize the extent of that event, some of the permitted questions and what they were allowed and not allowed to do. And I got so many calls that night, and I could not definitively answer when it would stop, what the dB levels were, what any of the permits. So is it a temporary activity permit that we're operating under, or is it, or I think Patrick asked the same question. How, there's some contract between us and the promoter, and that should be in some form that's uniform and something that everybody understands, including council and the public.
Right. Maybe Stan could speak more to the contract issues for an event where a significant event like Snow Globe, which is what these guidelines are focused on. For temporary activities in general, it doesn't matter the size of it. It could be a business having a sidewalk sale. The city does review and permit those. I haven't been involved in the discussions as much about the process for the special event guidelines.
Looks like we're creating a new category here, whether it's the size or anything. So I'm just saying this new category deserves some kind of formalized permit. I'm not saying how much we charge, if we charge anything, but just so the conditions of approval are available to everybody, and it's the same for all the people who come in. That's all.
Correct. And we would still be obligated to issue a temporary activity permit, whether it's just the permit or if there's a permit and a contract. That would probably depend on the size of the event and how much city resources are required for that event. But this special event guidelines, with its definition of, what is an event of a size that requires this type of scrutiny or, review, that is a good trigger for us then to make sure that we're looking at all of these more intensive kinds of impacts, but it can be addressed still through a temporary activity permit as the ultimate thing that comes out.
I'm asking, and that's fine. And even a temporary activity permit, I guess, is a public record, and anybody can look at it. So
we would probably suggest, all activities require this activity permit, but anything that would trigger the major event, we would argue requires an additional agreement. And that's what we would supplement the activity permit with.
Okay.
If I could just add, Stan reminded me that we do have special event areas that are the Heavenly Village or Ski Run Boulevard, where those have been established as areas that don't require individual temporary activity permits issued through the city. They can be done either through the Ski Run BID or event board that they have, or through PADMA. So in those particular cases, we have approved special event guidelines for those locations, and as long as they work within those guidelines, they don't need a temporary activity permit. So that is the exception to when we issue those permits.
Okay, moving down the line, private citizen to the committee. I actually think a member of the LTVA is really critical.
Well, the LTVA is critical to coordinate with other special events they've got going on.
I differ in the sense that I think LTVA being there in terms of coordination, but by doing that, you're not really getting a private citizen, an average neighbor person who feels like they want to be engaged in the process. I would suggest perhaps a rep from the Parks and Rec Committee. It seems like the closest one of the kind of commissions we have, or planning commission, someone who's just a little bit more of a regular citizen, who's got that, who's not just connected into the system and operating and doing it.
Noise factor, do we want to revisit that?
I'd be happy to see a DBA go away and have us just deal with our own issues and thresholds and the good sense of the staff that are doing it, for giving them leeway. I'm sure that's not going to be very popular with the rest of you, but I just don't see the point in inhibiting the ability to even start a negotiation with somebody coming in, managing it, looking at weather, conditions, location, and good common sense. If we're trying not to tie people's hands in other ways, I'd leave that open. And again, hold our staff accountable for representing us appropriately.
We feel more comfortable with the regulation. We can always relax it, but it's much harder once the cat's out of the bag to try to rein it in. So we don't disagree that we'll come back and talk to you whether we think it's a problem or denying us the opportunity to work with major events. But this is not an unreasonable standard. It is more restrictive than most locations, but not so restrictive that I don't think we can produce most of the positive events we'd like to.
According to OSHA, the loud rock concert is 115 decibels. I think limited to 95 is reasonable.
You know, the thing is, I remember that one speaker we had when we had these discussions after Snow Globe, and he was in the music industry, and he was saying that, you know, the people that make these events, they try to push the envelope as far as they can go. So if we put a standard, they'll meet it.
I agree. Cody had some good remarks, but I also oversaw a performing arts facility, and they always would blow out the sound in the facilities, and unless you control them and have some measurable control, they'll blow you out the doors, because most of these people literally are deaf.
What'd you say?
Yeah, they've been in this business so long, they can't really hear the same level as we can hear. And so we always had to get them to turn it down. It was always a fight unless we put a standard in a contract, and then we control. But I think we can live with this, and if we can't, we'll come back to you. But I think this is a good starting point.
Do we need to put in anything about the base level? Because if that's an entirely different issue.
The megahertz issue is much more difficult to wrap our hands around. I think the way it's been done elsewhere is you schedule, if you have that kind of act, it is fairly unique to electronic dance music. If we have that kind of entertainment again, you schedule it much earlier in the day and you limit it. What we had, Snow Globe was unique in that it was an exclusive electronic dance music venue for 3 days. That's very unusual.
Okay. Then we also talked about the size of the lake and the golf course, and I think you all are going to look at that more in depth. And then the limitation on sites, and perhaps we can get a little input from Joanne, exactly where she's seeing that bump, the problem with limitations on sites. As far as the South Tahoe Refuse and other companies, I do think we can just put in there other companies. That's the only thing I wrote down. Do you all have
I
other?
hate to interrupt on this one, but we actually have an ordinance that requires, we not only have a franchise agreement with South Tahoe Refuse, giving them exclusive rights to remove trash. We have an ordinance that requires events to use their special event recycling program that they have. So that's under an ordinance that you've already passed. Now, if there's some unusual amount, like a hauling type of service, maybe that, I don't know, it seems like if it's under the special event, they have to use South Tahoe's Refuse Special Event Recycling. So other than that, if something unusual happens, they could contract with anybody.
That's only city-sponsored events.
Okay, any other comments from council?
I have one that I think is a piece that I'd like to see a little more attention. The more I've just pondered it, is on notifications. And really how that is. What's based in the guidelines feels like a good minimum piece. I just feel whether it's written down or not, there needs to be more. I mean, as we look at 10 days in advance, as we look at, and again, we're focusing in on the snow globes or the big disruptive activities that go on. 10 days in advance, you can miss someone around the holidays or what you're dealing with, or they can come to see it. Again, how are we dealing with the out-of-town people? On a big event like that, how are we reaching out to the property management companies to get a high sign of who's coming in? I just think there's a little bit more that can be done. A lot of this, too, is going to end up being, I understand, a practice that as you go along, if Snow Globe were to keep coming back year after year, I understand that they can start identifying where there are people who you just can't make happy or you can't reach out to, and they make accommodations. Golf tournaments do this sometimes with taking people's homes and renting them out and doing. So I know that's an overtime piece. I just feel this can be developed a little bit more in terms of how notifications will be done, just looking at best practices and issues you've looked at. And I just would appreciate a little bit more coming back on it next time. The rest of the council doesn't have a problem with it. No specific problems. It just feels thin.
It is also a unique requirement. Most jurisdictions do not require any notification. So this is a positive step, but we can beef it up.
I think maybe we should look at narrowing it too. It says any resident or business impacted by the event.
Right.
So in Snow Globe, we were supposed to notify everybody in the city.
No, within a physical bound,
It doesn't have any parameter.
Any other comments, questions, trials, tribulations? Okay, so
We'll make these revisions and bring them back on the 17th review. We appreciate
The last
it.
was,
Yeah.
and I'd really like it to be done, that we look at it, how we itemize things in our budget in terms of where we're already identifying
that.
some codes that are
That's a good
tied in
point.
as really being specific to those events and what we're doing.
We'll probably start off with a $50,000 line item.
That's great.
But one thing I'm concerned about is are we going to have a vote on these guidelines or just present it to us again?
No, you're gonna vote on the guidelines. It's
Okay.
not an ordinance, but this is a policy
Like a
document of the city
resolution.
council,
Okay.
and you will vote on it. And
Okay.
we'll periodically bring it back to you for revisions based upon problem.
Thank you.
Okay, no other comment on this particular item. We're going to move on. We are going to get reports from the city clerk.
Your next meeting is scheduled for April 17th?
City attorney,
I have none.
city manager.
I have none.
Then I'll start with Hal.
Not to beat a dead horse, but going back to this proactive approach to the project known as Project 3, rather than just schedule this as a formal workshop with all the players, everything in one room at one time, I still think it would be advantageous for some reach out to find out what kind of issues we need to be discussed. I would really like, whether it's just myself asking questions or a formal appointment of a couple people to be allowed to make the phone calls, make the face contact, set up this meeting. I just don't know how productive the meeting would be if we just invite everybody here. I think we need to set out some parameters and an agenda and so forth. And we need to feel these people out.
I agree. I think that if we could, work the group and focus on what the issues are, we're going to have a much more productive meeting.
I would volunteer, if possible, to be with Tony and make some phone calls and see if we can't set up an agenda and narrow down what we want to talk
I
about.
want somebody with an Italian last name.
Tony, Antonio.
Yeah.
Cringe.
I went over my head. I'm sorry.
So we'll work with Hal, and we'll orchestrate something probably for the second meeting in May, which would be, I believe, the 14th. So
Are we
that's-
going back to Mayor Fortier's idea that, and we're
We
not
would have a
agendas to talk
subcommittee.
about having a subcommittee?
Because I,
You can have an ad hoc subcommittee that
Yeah.
once, maybe twice.
Yeah.
It's not a standing committee.
I would propose we do that, and Bruce, since you're pretty knowledgeable, I would put Bruce and Hal and Tony on that, and
Patrick, yeah.
right.
I concur.
And it's
Hopefully, when we have a meeting, then we'll have some issues to discuss and have an agenda. And
right, but you all,
Rather than have a
it's a
shotgun
great
approach.
idea, and you all know the project well, so I think we're all in agreement on that.
It shouldn't be that hard to contact them all. I've been in contact with them, and I think Tony has too. We've been in contact with potential developers as well. So we've got. And I agree with you 100% with the bankruptcy being dismissed in late February. We basically got a 9-month window here that we need to see what we can do and make a big push to get something done.
Okay, anything else, Hal?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Tom?
Just a couple quick things I want to, and I know staff's been working with the old Miller's Outpost building to make sure we're doing everything we can. I think we're done with all the permitting and stuff, so it's up to the landlord right now. And the other one is the Rayleigh's IO1. I understand there's a little glitch there, but I'm sure whatever we can do as city staff to help them get through their issues and get that property open is critical, I think, for our community and obviously for the appearance of the Y area. So, and I know
Has that issue been resolved? I haven't heard a thing.
Which one? No, but hopefully it will be worked out within the next several days.
Are you confident that'll happen? I mean, is there anything we can do with easement?
Yeah. I think
Behind the
the
property
interested
there?
parties are trying to come to a reasonable resolution of it. We'll keep you posted.
Yeah,
I think they have.
The other option is not acceptable to us.
Okay. Bruce?
Just to talk about that a little bit more so the public knows, my understanding is that the Rayleigh's gas station sits on one parcel, and the rest of the complex sits on a different parcel owned by other people. and they're about to finish the gas station, and now the owners of the larger parcel wanted a monthly easement payment. The first figure I heard was $10,000 a month. So for something that's benefiting this community, I'm really discouraged about those kinds of tactics.
Fact is that Rayleigh's their anchor tenant, too.
Anything else, Bruce?
No.
Okay. Angela?
Yes, just I'd like the things coming to us to get an update in the post-RDA dissolution world, how we're looking with, we've appointed Nancy to our oversight committee. I know there have been contacts going out, but I was at the league last week, we were reminded that there really, for instance, are not clear guidelines on the operating authority of the oversight committee, exactly how they function, a lot of just rules and regulations. So I think just a thorough update coming up when we think the first meeting would be happening. Would be advisable for if the council would agree with it sometime in late May or June.
We'll do that. Plus, I think we've let you know there's ongoing legislative activity to make modifications to even the demise legislation. So on May the 1st, we'll give you an update on that.
I can also give you an update right now that our first oversight board committee, we're taking the initiative to put that together. We've reached out to all the appointees. There's one more appointee to be made. El Dorado County is making that appointment, I believe, this 17th of this month, and then our first meeting we want to have before May 1st because that's required, and we've already told everybody we're just going to give them kind of a general overview, but we can bring in detail.
Anyone else? A couple of last things. For my edification, where are we on the Highway 50 speed limit thing? Apparently there was a letter that came back that said while Caltrans could evaluate the speed, they were not necessarily limited by that estimation of the speed. Are we anywhere closer to that? Any more information on that?
Caltrans is going to impose the new speed limit of 40 miles per hour. The sign should already be up. In fact, we inquired again this week why they weren't up. But they will survey the road conditions after the major improvements on 50, and then come back to the city probably within 2 years with any revised speed survey. So either they would maintain the current speed, increase it, or decrease it based upon those survey results.
Okay, well, there was a series of letters that went back and forth on the fact that Caltrans was not mandated to change the speed limit if there was enough of a public hearing and public outcry. And that hasn't, okay, all right. Just for your information, and this is probably going to cut to an issue we're talking about later, I wanted to let everyone know that Lahontan has put out a job description for a senior specialist for TMDLs in the basin. So just thought I'd let you know that they're staffing up even if we can't afford to.
Tell Sarah, everybody works for the city. I don't know why you announce that.
Because I'm looking at it going, really? Okay, great. A suggestion from a citizen, Clay Grubb, and I'll just throw it out there, is probably heading to Angela's area, but a suggestion of putting a pedestrian bridge if we ever do the feeder road around Van Sickle Park. So I just wanted to send that out because I would forget. Okay? All right. That being the end of our regularly scheduled meeting, we are going to be meeting at 2:15 for a closed session. We will report any outcome from that after that meeting.
Can we take?
Oh, I'm sorry. Comments for the closed session meeting? Any public comments on the items on closed session? Seeing none, I really do adjourn the meeting.